Here we are.
Hello. Hi, friend.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today. Happy Pride to everyone. I know so many different cities are celebrating today and have different celebrations all around. So thank you so much for joining us today. And also thank you for joining us on our first day of Charity Week for Clickety Clackety Roll to Attackety. If it's your first time here, welcome. We are currently running a charity for Trans Lifeline. Trans Lifeline is a grassroots hotline that is an organization offering direct emotional and financial support to trans people in crisis. It was an organization that is for the trans community by the trans community. So they do incredibly important work providing a support network for trans community members in crisis. So we are happy to be raising money for them this week. This is the day one of a long series of a week-long series of various RPGs that will be brought about today. If you would like to donate, there are two ways to do so. One is going to be by going to the link that just appeared on Nightbot. If you go to that link, you can donate there. Or if you scan the QR code at the bottom left-hand corner of this screen, you can actually also donate from there. I think it's mirrored, so it's actually this way. Yeah. There you go.
My brain just like broke.
So we're trying to raise 800 for this week, and if you do donate, no matter what, you can actually affect how this game is going to be running. But we'll get into that in a little bit. But if you're interested, you'll see at the bottom, just type !tracking error to see how you can affect the game while in chat. With all that, without further ado, this is Rememorex, and it is going to be run by the wonderfully talented Helena. Helena, take it away. Take it away.
Hello,
this way.
I will take it somewhere. I will be taking it to a secondary location. Hello, friends. Welcome to Rememorex. We're really excited to run this game for you. Rememorex is a game of 80s nostalgia. It's the game that happened in the 80s that we all have in our minds that never actually existed. So we're going to get a little creepy in New Orleans today. I'm Helena. I use they and she pronouns. I'm going to be playing a bunch of different characters in our game today. Oh, my audio is a bit off. Really? Oh, no. Can you hear me? How is it off? Let me know.
Yes, how is it off?
Yeah. Give us an adjective or adverb.
I'm just hearing
Can
off.
I buy a vowel?
Vowel.
I'll buy a vowel. I also could just be loud. Because I am that. All the time. Yeah. Everywhere. Everything, everywhere.
I can reduce the volume if that's...
Welcome on in, Rev Stomp. Yeah, see, look, you can now adjust volume of individual people on...
Oh, kind of mushy compared to Smoggles. Oh, mine just might be clearer just because I have... Because I'm the one streaming, so it's probably filtering through a little bit. But I'll make myself a little bit. The audio is faster than the video. Oh, I can
Welcome to our tech check.
Oh, I can do a little audio delay. Don't you worry about that.
Delay. We'll make it work. Thanks for being here, everybody. We're very excited. Does anybody have fun Pride plans, including my players? Are we doing anything fun?
I last night went to Baltimore Pride, and it was dope. And then we went to this place called Monarch in Baltimore, which is like a little bit of a Moulin Rouge-y, like French restaurant, but also like burlesque performances. It was really cute. It's like cute.
That sounds awesome. That sounds great. I went to a singular Star Wars drag party. That's been the only Pride thing I've done so far, and this, which I think counts. I think that
Yes.
counts. Anybody
It
else?
definitely counts.
It counts? Okay, good. Because I feel like it's a party up in here. It's matching now, says Spooky Cat. Thank you so much. Appreciations.
I definitely did something. So
Maybe
you're welcome
maybe
for
our
it
internet
definitely
just
being fixed
decided.
completely by me. That I definitely did.
The magic.
Amazing.
Mhm.
Yes, yay, burlesque. Break a sexy leg. We love a sexy leg. Yay. Have a good time, weird pupper. Awesome. I think we should go around and introduce ourselves. Y'all already know me. I'm Helena, also Kitty Crafto on the internet. I'm also in the chat being annoying probably, but probably not during this because I'm going to be running through a whole story with these fine folks here. So I would love if we could go around and say our name and pronouns and our character's name and pronouns and maybe a tiny like smidgen about their type because in this game here we use John Hughes clicks and that's going to help us remember our characters pretty well. So let's start with Leah. Leo, do you mind going first?
I don't mind. Hello, I'm Leah. My pronouns are she, her, the drama. My character's pronouns are she, her, the drama, and her name is Lorelei Polverelli, and she's a princess. She's the princess archetype. She is definitely like the Molly Ringwald vibe, but I also realized yesterday that I just accidentally created opera Rachel Berry, Leah Michelle a la Glee, and I was like, oh, no, but also, oh yes. So
Yes.
Oh yes, indeed. I love it. Thank you so much. Let's move to Dex. Tell us about yourself.
Oh, if you insist. Hello, Internet. My name is Dexter Warren. My pronouns are he, they, and I will be playing. Those have a different name on Discord, but that's okay. My character is named Zeke Devereux. And he's a jock. We're trying to go to the Olympics, baby. But also, let's just skate, Options.
Skate is life. I love it. I'm into it. All right, let's move to our pal Molly. Molly.
Hello, my name is Molly. I use they, them pronouns. I'm Bombini in the chat. And I am playing Corey Isaacson, who uses he, him pronouns. He lives on the edge of like basket case and criminal. He's just the lovable, zany little dude. I don't know if you've heard of Stranger Things, but if you think about Eddie Munson,
Very
that
little guy.
He's a little guy, and that is what is happening with me.
I love it. All right, and finally, Smuggles, take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Smuggles. I'm not a robot. I use he, him pronouns, and I will be playing Kayla, who is a sousaphone brain. What that means is she is that band kid who is very much about the instrument that she plays and knows way too much about it. And she is in the marching band. And I think that's what we have.
I think that is what we have, and I think it's about time for us to get this little saga started. Remember, my friends, at any point, if you want to affect our gameplay here today, you can donate either using our QR code or the link that's going through the chat. And you can maybe affect our game a little bit. We have some tracking errors here. So the whole premise of this is that we are a movie. We're just living in a movie verse, but you have the power here. You get to play God a little bit if you donate. You can cause a jam up, which is gonna, you choose to make things more difficult for a player in the scene. So for example, you could be like, and Kayla doesn't see the banana peel that's standing in front of her on the sidewalk. You could make things more difficult. You could also have a helping hand. You could add a helping hand. You could say, Zeke notices a book that looks like it should be pulled in the bookcase to help out a character like that. Or you could do a jump cut. If you're really into details here, you could say jump cut. The camera pans to a pin on the Boy Scouts badge, or on the Boy Scouts sash, that says "Cryptids are us" or something like that. You know, get creative with that. It is such a cool system, Spooky Cat. I'm such a huge fan of this game. But yeah, if you ever want to do that and add a little bit of your own flavor to our game, you are welcome to. And please, donate to Trans Lifeline in the meantime. Let's get into it, shall we? How are we feeling, everybody? We good? Let's do it. Thumbs up all around. I love a thumb. We love when it's up. All right, my friends. So, everybody, you finish popping your popcorn. You turn off the lights in your living room. You press play on your VCR, and our movie begins. On the screen is a long shot of a burgundy bus driving down a long and winding road. October 13th, 1984 appears on the screen in white letters. We then see the inside of the bus. Chattering high schoolers, paper airplanes, wet willies, and five disgruntled chaperones at the front of the bus. We have a too tall for his seat basketball coach with an impeccable mustache. There's a mousy librarian type who may be made of the material of her oversized cardigan. We got a too cool for school young woman with bleached blonde hair tousled high on her head, a grouchy band teacher looking over some sheet music, and Miss Edith Applebaum, a 60-year-old vision in a puke-colored floral dress, thick pantyhose, and even thicker glasses. She grasps a roster and stands up, bracing herself using the seat in front of her. She places a fourth pencil into her gray bun. Dear Hearts? No one hears her. Dear Hearts? The band teacher, Mr. Arwen James, shoots up in his seat and yells, "Quiet down back there!" Edith continues. Thanks, Mr. James. I appreciate that. Students, we will be arriving in New Orleans soon, and I expect all of you to be on your best behavior. Now, since this is our last stop on our band and choir tour, redemption for your past actions is at hand. I have taken the liberty of dividing you up into some new buddy groups. So you're going to spend any time away from the large group with your specific buddy group, so as not to repeat the baloney incident of Montgomery. New Orleans is a big city, believe it or not, and I need to keep you all safe, so that as well. She rattles off a list of groups, clearly dividing up cliques into her new band and choir tour utopia. She reads out group number 5's list. Lorelei, Kayla, Zeke, and she purses her lips before saying the final student. Corey, you are in group number 5. Stick together. The camera pans to each student in turn, and I would love if each of you could tell us what you look like, starting with our Lorelei. What does Lorelei look like?
Pretty much like this. Red hair. She's got the Molly Ringwald vibes. It's cheese to high heaven. Preppy as all get out, and just pleased to be here. Thank you so much, Miss Applebaum.
Wow, we love. Okay, Kayla, what do you look like?
Kayla has a very practical t-shirt and jeans and jean shorts, because it is warmer down south, and she of course does have the sunscreen already applied, and is currently holding on to her sousaphone case and her freshly dry cleaned band uniform.
Love
that is in like the protective sleeve post dry clean.
Amazing. All right, Zeke, tell us a little bit about your appearance.
You can see there are blue jeans and a tank top. As you know, he's very toned, like the shoulders, the arms the guns are out. Even though it is cold, he's one of those people that body temperature runs hot. He's hot, not gonna put it away.
Hell yes, we love it. And then finally, Corey, who may or may not have been involved in the baloney incident earlier on in the band and choir tour.
Yeah, alleged.
Allegedly. Yeah.
Corey is not dressed too dissimilarly from me. It's the leather jacket. I don't know if it's showing up. Leather jacket, bandana around his hair, AC/DC t-shirt. He has like a pretty beat up backpack. It's just stuffed with whatever he needed. Uniform balled up in there, all of that. And his guitar, which obviously is a hard case, and it has a bunch of super duper cool like bumper stickers, band stickers on it. And he is alert, and he chuckled about the bologna incident. Like, haha, what a great time that was. Allegedly.
I love that so much. Excellent. So as the movie goes through each of these close-ups, the music picks up, jazz enters the scene as we enter New Orleans, the Big Easy. There's then a hilarious snapshot of you all having fun together as a required group at Cafe du Monde. You have powdered sugar all over your face. Some of you might be enjoying it more than others. There's a snapshot of you all viewing some art and listening to a live guitar player with a ball cap on in Jackson Square. And then one more of everybody on a large red and white steamboat with a big wheel at the back of it. Very old school. Edith Applebaum is in the very back of the photo, retching over the side. Miss Edith Applebaum sure knows how to pack a lot in a day, and even manages to get to the concert venue 45 minutes early each time. So, being that you're group number 5, you have the fun task of carrying all of the choir's binders into our next venue, which is the St. Louis Cathedral. So we're going to start out pretty easy with a simple roll. I would love for each of you to roll your an active trait to carry all of these choir folders into the iconic and beautiful St. Louis Cathedral. So go ahead, give us a roll, whatever you think is pertinent here. It's a pretty active thing you're doing. And for our viewers, all of our traits in this game are divided up into active and passive, because there are different ways that you can show each trait, obviously.
Well,
all
that's
right.
2 6s for me.
What is that?
It's 2 6s for me.
Great.
Wow.
You know exactly how to hold them to make sure they don't fall all over everywhere. You've done this many times before, as you are the prima donna of the choir and of the soprano section. What else did we get, friends?
Is it totals or just what we've rolled?
What do you mean by total? So you add up whatever.
Yes, but do you want me to give you the exact breakdown of the numbers rolled, or just what the total is?
Just the total is
Okay.
fine. We don't have to go too fancy around here.
That's a 15 total for me.
All right. Excellent.
I got a 25 total.
Excellent. So you have 2 crates actually stacked in front of you, kind of towering over in a little bit like with the corn in Cinderella, when I think Jacques is the one carrying all the corn.
Yeah.
Or Gus or Jacques. But
Poor
you have like
animal.
a tower of them in front of you, and you're deftly moving. What about you, Zeke?
I got a 17.
17. Okay, you two, you also are carrying 2 crates of binders. What were you saying, Leah?
I definitely pretend to not see my ex succeeding at anything.
Absolutely
I do
not. And funnily enough, they are succeeding. Both of them? Did you have it? Yep. There's a little bit of drama amongst our group. We're bringing the drama today with Miss Lorelei. I almost called you Eddie, but Corey and Zeke, you head up the line as you're walking with these huge binders into St. Louis Cathedral. Miss Applebaum holds the door open for you as you walk down the aisle. And Kayla and Lorelei, you follow closely behind, you're hearing swelling organ music as you walk into this very beautiful cathedral. There are, long rows of pews, beautiful art on the side. It's VV Catholic, and then there is a kind of a mezzanine, I guess. I'm sure there's a proper church architecture way to call it, but a little mezzanine with seating up above as well. These crates are perhaps impeding your vision, so I would love if we could get Zeke and Corey to make me a perception check, which is in this, our highest passive element. So go ahead, give me that perception check. And Lorelai and Kayla, I would also like a perception check from you.
Oop, that fell out.
Our highest passive, correct?
Highest passive, yeah, you got
16 for me.
it. 16, beautiful.
While we're rolling, thank you for Dreamy for donating $20 towards Trans Lifeline. If you do want to use a tracking error at any point, please feel free to post in the chat what you plan to do to make things better for us, not worse.
It's only gonna get worse. Sorry, can you say what you got? You got an 11. Okay, you are very focused on walking down this aisle, making sure that you see how beautiful this place is because it matches everything that's beautiful about you. Dex, what did you roll again? I'm sorry.
16.
16, excellent. And
I rolled my age.
Oh yes, everybody's a junior, by the way. We're 16 and 17, except for Corey, who maybe 18 might have gotten held back 1 year or so.
Allegedly. I got an 8.
Okay, so I will say that well, for funsies. Oh, Sam, what did you get on your
12?
12. Okay. As you're walking down, I'll say, just for the sake of storytelling here, that Corey, you're at the front, and you walk all the way to where the steps are at the front, kind of near the altar, to place your crates down. And as you do, you place them at the foot of a coffin. And a very surprised priest stands right in front of you. I will say that our Kayla, you noticed a disgruntled looking monk up in the top right as you're walking down, watching you all as you're going. So you place your binders down, and the priest says, excuse me, we're still finishing up here. If you don't mind just moving those anywhere else is good.
We were told very specifically to place them here, and that was the very specific spot we were told to place them. So I don't do that. I think that's looks to like anyone else and just goes to I don't know if we have someone else who can tell. Were we given a secondary option for that?
I don't believe so. Can we readily tell what we're interrupting?
Yes, you are interrupting a funeral.
Ooh.
The coffin kind of sits in state on top of this altar. It is a closed casket. Or I guess I should say it's a casket, not a coffin. There is a difference. Fun fact. Goth facts. It is a closed casket on the altar, and you turn around and there aren't very many people in this funeral, so it makes sense that you would make this mistake, but it's a funeral nonetheless, and people had been standing up to sing a final song.
What,
would you mind?
What? Is there like a back room?
Yes, just down the hall to the left. And he points kind of off to the left of the altar. There are real church architecture words to use. I'm not using them. But yes, if you could stage them back back there if you'd like. That's where the rest of you went, silently and without interruption.
That part was unnecessary, but point taken. And I walk off, carrying my stuff.
Excellent. Do you all follow?
I am so sorry. Please do not inform our teacher that we did this. It was an honest mistake. We will gladly do extra volunteer work if necessary.
Please, it is.
Oh, okay.
Please just please, my child.
Okay.
And he just gestures off.
Just for the record, I'm first. I'm going first. I'm not following anyone. I know exactly where I'm going.
You immediately beeline down the hallway. There's like a little choir kind of robing room, I guess. I'm glad you like the background music, Dreamy. Me too.
Also, Dreamy is giving me a helping hand, so my character gets a helping hand at some point. And thank you, Millie Colucci, for donating $50 to Trans Lifeline.
Thanks so much, Millie.
Yeah.
And if you feel like affecting gameplay at all, feel free to put in the chat if one of these tracking errors seems nice to you. You can use them at any time. So you walk into this choir robing room where the rest of the band and choir they're all kind of like pressed up against each other in this tiny little space. It's rather musty smelling in here. There's a wall of blue choir robes surrounding you, and you know they're not washed every week. They can't be. They can't be that efficient, even in a place that is, blessed by the Pope like this one. Yes, there's the tracking errors. Let us know if you want to do a jam up, a helping hand, or a jump cut. So as you go in your group, the door swings shut. And Miss Applebaum's head peeks in. Dear hearts, do you mind stepping out here for a moment, please?
Is that the direction we came from or somewhere else?
Into the hallway. So,
sure.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. And she'll gesture you out into the hallway. Now, I put this group together because I thought that you could pay attention and be aware, but I need y'all to be very, very careful here. I mean, that's somebody's last rites. Or I guess not last rites, like after the last rites, like posthumous death time. I'm so sorry I put you in this situation, but I would rather y'all pay close attention. She looks over as Mr. James, the band teacher, comes in looking really furious. And she looks at him and goes, and that's why you're gonna go... You're time out. You're gonna just go. I don't know. Sit at the back of the church. Just sit at the back of the church. I'll come get you when we're going. I need y'all separated by at least 3 feet on a pew. You heard?
Leaving room for Jesus. Yes, ma'am.
Leave room for whoever. Just don't sit next to each other. And she's like looking at Mr. James for approval, and he kind of goes, and walks in with the rest of the band and choir kids. What do?
Cora goes, orders received, and then walks out, fully intending to just leave the church. As far as he is concerned, this is like an opportunity to go buy cigarettes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Go sit down. Where are you? Corey,
I'm
where
sorry,
are you going?
Princess. I forgot. You're not used to getting in trouble, huh? Are you okay? Do you need me to stay here with you? I can walk you through it. No problem.
All the time, okay, Corey? I'm just saying we shouldn't separate the group because we're all responsible for each other, like Ms. Applebaum said.
Whoa.
I really don't want to get in more trouble.
That was actually some decent breath control. Wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If
All right.
Corey leaves, does that count as a strike against us?
Yes, like we're all in this together.
I'm not leaving. I don't have a lot of ground to stand on after the alleged baloney incident.
Okay. You can get cigarettes later or whatever it was that you were gonna do.
You know me so well.
Well, not a good thing.
All right. So you all walk walk as quietly as you can to the back of the church, into the pews, each of you separated by about 3 feet.
It is
and
exactly 3 feet for me.
exactly.
Between the
Yeah,
nearest
you
people.
make sure you put like 3 Bibles or 3 hymnals in between
Yep.
you.
Measured out.
I love it.
Corey
love
tries
it.
to sit a little bit closer.
I will adjust the space.
Not to you.
Oh, fair enough.
To Lorelei.
Amazing. Amazing. Also, thank you so much, Millie Colucci. Zeke, you have a helping hand whenever you want to use it. You're welcome to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so each of you sits down, some closer than the other, and I want to... Was it Kayla that saw the monk up in the
Yep.
right in the rafters? I think... would you take a look back up there, or would you ignore, do you think?
I am looking around to make sure that anyone of authority is noticing that I am making up for my past transgressions and am sitting quietly and not doing anything wrong. Not that I thought I was in the first place, but clearly that was a mistake. So yes, I am looking around to see.
I love it. So in your sweep, for anybody of authority, you like catch eyes with Miss Applebaum, who like, you know, is like making sure you get to your spots. And she just kind of like goes and slides into the door.
Kayla just deflates.
Yeah. You do another sweep. You notice that if this is a funeral, there are like 5 people here. There are very few people in this church, so it's probably okay numbers-wise. If it were a numbers game, all of these adults are probably not too mad at you, and some of them seem rather distracted, not really paying attention to the final words of the eulogy that are being given. And in your sweep, you see that same monk up in the top right. He's sat down on a pew and is kind of peering down at you with like a questionable but kind look, and he nods his head and looks towards the priest, who is going about his priestly ways with, you know, less than a corpse, like you do. Oh, do you wave?
just a little like doesn't know how to react. It's either that or just does the like.
Yeah, absolutely. The monk will wink at you and be like, put a little finger to his lips. And he will go back to watching intently the ritual that's happening up at front. Each of you, as you're sitting down, experience a great feeling of fatigue. Like your limbs begin to feel rather heavy as you sit there, and some of you might not be sure if this is the true guilt eating you alive or if this is just you being tired. This is the last stop in your abandoned choir tour. You're gonna, you know, drive back all in one go in a day, so you're maybe feeling a little exhausted. And you all in your heads almost hear a voice, except for the fact that it seems to be coming from each of your left ear. You hear, "Oh, tragic, isn't it? Died so very young. Not that much older than you. Well, a decade, probably. I am a good friend of around these parts, and I wanted to check in. Are you in deep, deep trouble?"
Do we see where the voice is coming from?
You can try to turn your head if you'd like.
I would
You'll
love
have
to try and
roll
turn
me
my head.
an active something or other. What kind of roll would you like to make to turn your head as this immense
Okay.
fatigue is holding you?
Let's try. Never gonna give you up. Active.
Amazing.
I don't
Now,
want to
how
give up
does
on trying to
never-
find out.
Great.
I'm
Your
determined. I'm
curiosity, that
curious.
sparkly
I don't wanna
thing
give
you
that up.
have.
Yeah.
Love it. Never gonna give you up. our
I'm
first.
also going to try to look around. Not so much, just actually more to see if anyone else. It's actually more surprising that if I see everybody else also reacting.
Well,
Yeah, 14 for me.
14. So you creak your head around. It doesn't go all the way around. It stops about here, but out of your, I guess it would be this way, out of your peripheral, out of your left eye, you see a form with a gray flat cap and a trench coat, just like a person sitting there, looking well-dressed. All right, Molly, what did you roll? Are you looking more at the thing speaking or the people around you?
People around me. So I went with basket case and I got an 11.
An 11. So you take a look at your comrades, and each of them looks zoned out, just staring straight ahead. No movement.
Oh no.
If you
Okay.
are in deep trouble, I might be able to help you out. I could get you a do-gooder type of job. It would show your willingness to be an adult here. I know stakes are high for many of you. And maybe this could put you on a path that is better than the one you are on now. And a little, kind of a low chuckle echoes from where you guess would be his chest. I have a friend, an elderly man, actually. He lives over on St. Peter Street, not too far from here, 1015 St. Peter Street. You can check up on me if you want, but he could use some assistance with some painting in his house, and obviously you would be welcome to tell your chaperones that you're going. They might let you. It might sound good. And each of you wants something very deeply. And he takes this long draw of breath that kind of rattles. And he says, I know, Lorelei, you might want some tickets to New York City, the Met Opera. I've heard great things about you from Miss Applebaum. We go way back. You'd be a wonderful Carmen. And he, as you're sitting there kind of enraptured by fatigue, a gloved hand reaches kind of past your shoulder, and you can see he's holding a plane ticket to New York and a plane ticket to Die Zauberflöte at the Met. See, I'm good for it. And all you would need to do is just help my friend out. He's rather old, and like me, he can't get around very well. And he then, at the same time, for our listeners out there, this is all happening at the same time, these offers. For Zeke, a hand reaches forward, and he's holding a pair of iridescent roller skates with wings inscribed on embroidered on the sides. He says, I hear you have a talent for creating things that have never been seen before. This could get you seen. I could get you seen. And he pulls them back, draws his hand. And Kayla, I have an interesting thing for you. Miss Applebaum tells me that you desire freedom. And he places a kind of ratty looking blue notebook in front of you. He goes, this is my deciding notebook. There are 3 pages in it, and anything you write down becomes the law. It becomes truth. And it would be yours. You could decide. everything about your life. And he withdraws that. And finally, for Corey, he says, and I happen to know a lot of people at Sony. We go way back. Music in New Orleans is its blood. It's water. And I could definitely get you at least a meeting. And all I ask is that you help out my dear friend Lou. He's very old and weak, and he just needs his living room painted. There was this terrible chilly accident, if you will believe it or not. Spattered the walls, looks terrible. And I am far too, weak to assist. Just, think on it. These things could be yours and more. And you hear the pew creak as you would guess that he leans back. All of these items shown and withdrawn. And you feel a lot less fatigued now. You can move about freely. What do?
Did anyone else feel like they had the itis from having too many beignets for a hot second and then it went away?
A little bit. It's kind of warm in here. Ooh, are you tired? I'm tired.
Yeah. Anyone else hear the spooky?
You heard it? You heard that? Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
from back. I turn. Is he still there?
Yeah, you can turn around. You see the same figure that you thought you saw. His head is kind of low, so you can't really see his face, and he's reading the funerary pamphlet that would be given out.
Playbill of the funeral?
Huh?
The funeral playbill?
Funeral, yeah, funeral bill. Funeral bill. Yep.
What?
We put the fun in funeral.
It's Pride Month as well, so you know.
It's true.
Oh yeah, it's like rainbow. Yeah, it's great.
Is there anything? Can I look around after looking at this guy and see if there's anything I can use to discern who died?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a let's do either a perception, so your highest passive, or if you have an idea for a more active trait you would like to use. Let me know and how you would like to use it.
And while that's being rolled,
I'll just use my passive.
Okay.
and while that's being rolled, thank you, Jill Anderson, for donating.
Thanks, Jill.
Thanks so much. If you want to affect the game at all, let us know in the chat.
That's a 9.
Great. So it's not that difficult to see. There's like a pamphlet on the pew next to you. There was like a stack for, apparently they were expecting a lot more people to show up to this funeral. But you're welcome to pick up the pamphlet. Yeah, not very popular. Not as popular as you, Lorelai. Yeah, so you pick up a pamphlet. It's this like kind of manila yellow color. On the front of it is a picture of a man who, let me get my actual description here so I make sure I don't perjure myself in a court of law. Not that this is a court of law, this is a church, even better. So you see it's for Jonathan Romano, and there's a kind of a picture of a young man, probably in his 30s. The picture's black and white, so it's kind of grainy. It's definitely been Xeroxed too many times. And he has like a little flat cap on, a button-down shirt, and you kind of flip through the pamphlet, and it just kind of has the order of the show for our musical for today. And you learn a little bit about his life. He was born in Tennessee. He's a transplant from Tennessee to New Orleans. He was a reporter for a newspaper called the Indy Sun. And it has very little information about him. It does, however, mention that they believe it was a freak gator accident that killed him. It's nicely said, unlike freak gator accident, but at the back of the pamphlet, there is a kind of a wanted poster for a gator that apparently did this.
Is there a connection between the hat that I see this person wearing in his funeral picture and the person behind us? Like, or
You
are they
didn't
just
see that person. The only person that saw was Dex, right?
okay? But like, we can all move around, right? And he's like,
Oh yeah,
sitting
you can
behind-
move around now. If you look at him, do you look at him?
Yeah, like I'm looking around to be like,
Got
who
you,
died
got you.
here? What's going on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally the same hat. Or at least some similar hat. Yeah.
Okay.
Same
so
vibe.
Ghost is asking us to paint his friend's apartment. Got it.
hmm
Yeah, I also turn around and look at this guy. I follow Zeke's gaze when he gaze.
Yeah,
when
happy
he-
Pride Month.
Hi, guy.
Okay.
I turn around to look at this guy, and I really try to like get a look at him.
Okay. Sure. Give me a active roll to do that. Since you're like really trying to get, are you trying to look at appearance or get a read on
Both.
vibes? Like what is the both? Okay, what would you want to roll for that? I'm curious.
I think it would be, well, here's the thing. Dungeon Master. Just as far as, I'm not sure my other two have as much, like, it's more of a like, the other two fit less well.
Okay. Sure. That is. a
And
thing.
also he like has to spend a lot of time like reading his players and reading the room and reading audiences and some such. Also, he deals with a lot of shady characters in his own life.
True. Yeah, that is true. Small town drug dealer. It's a thing. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a roll for that then.
Okay. This is gonna be 5. If we want to hear my clickety clackety, I will stay unmuted.
Do it.
3. 6. 3 plus 3, 6. 12. 13. 14. Gross. 14.
Oh, you're one away. I
No.
was posing that at 15.
Queerphobic. Queerphobic.
Queerphobic.
Boo.
How dare. So I will say that you turn and you see what Zeke had seen. You clock the trench coat and the flat bill hat, and that he's kind of slouched over. What you trying to think how to make this, how to fail forward. You know what I mean? I think you do pick up on a vibe perhaps here. That this person shouldn't be here, and that's a kind of just a gut feeling that you get from just sweeping around, taking a look, being like, oh, is he supposed to be here? Yeah, I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm. How far back behind us is he? Is he like one pew back?
He's one pew back.
Can I talk to him?
Yeah, you can turn around if you want.
I went through all that, and I could just be like,
Yeah. But also, like, your teens, like, at what point did you finally get used to talking with adult humans? I feel like that's a thing that's like, because
You're
people were
supposed to get used to
authority
that?
figures for so long. I know, right? Cannot relate.
Do not perceive me.
I think Eddie goes, hello, sir.
Corey, what are you doing? We're supposed to be quiet here.
Kayla, your life is about to be so much more fun. And I lean towards the guy and I say, hello, sorry, did you say you knew Miss Applebaum?
You hear, he kind of like leans towards you a little bit, his hat kind of still concealing his face. He says, well, she's the one who invited me here. We go way back. Old choir buddies.
That's wild.
Small world.
I don't want to be rude, but are you Newman?
What?
I just kind of felt like I'd look at the other teens to be like, oh, maybe this was just me. Just seemed
Corey,
like you had some like power, maybe some stuff.
I have great influence, if that's what you're talking about. New Orleans is a very magical place, but yes, human.
Corey, this isn't Dungeons and Dragons, okay?
Dungeons and what now?
Table up for later when you're like with your geek friends.
At this
Okay.
moment, everybody stands up and starts singing the final hymn. Y'all all get the sense that you're gonna need to vamoose from this spot in, about 3 minutes. But keep going.
Okay, did you not feel that? Did you not? How did you just feel? Normal and cool?
Well, I always feel cool. I'm just a little tired. I mean, we've been traveling for days.
True.
What's there to do for fun around here? Do you guys want to like help the elderly or something?
I don't know that fun and help the elderly should be in the same sentence, but
I don't want to get into a good college.
well, that is a good point.
that will definitely help.
I guess
Can I
Game
roll
Master
to,
question?
like, get a read on what the fuck everybody? I think Corey is like, am I the sane one? Am I in a play? Are you all? What is? I thought there would be from like the normies. I think more resistance or freaking out.
Yeah. What would you like to roll?
I can't look uncool. I can't lose my cool. Okay.
Just is perception.
Yeah, you can do perception. Yeah.
All right.
Highest passive. That's good.
Not to take up all the time with rolls.
There you
No.
go.
All good.
That's literally what
Corey,
the game's for.
Give us information, please.
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
So
Who's
your
this
question
man?
is, am I the sane one or the crazy one of this group of friends to think that this is a weird interaction?
Or are they like? Is everyone else putting up a front?
Gotcha. Okay.
And that was a 6, a 1, and a 6, so a 13.
Great. So you get the feeling from your 13 that everybody is very concerned with how they appear on paper, how they appear to authority, and are always jumping at the bit to prove themselves. So you perhaps feel not that you're the crazy one, but that you're behind and that you should get with the program. That's what your 13 will give
I
you.
think also Corey is like that sort of like realization is like, I forgot again that like other people give a shit about
Right.
stupid phony stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
all right,
Optics.
well,
Mhm.
fine.
And that makes sense for Corey as a reaction to that. Everybody's a goody two shoes.
I would also say that Corey would recognize my tell for when I'm nervous. As you notice, like the hand is twitching and like pulling back, like pulling a trigger motion, just
Okay.
reflexively.
Oh, hell yeah. I love that.
We love an archer.
Did we, when the spooky person was saying all the stuff, did we hear all of the different offers happen at the same time? Was it overlapping, or we only heard our individual
You
one?
heard your own, yeah. It was like you had blinders on, you were in your own little world for a moment.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, stranger danger is a thing,
Mhm.
and we are in a city that we've not been in before. But those rollerblades were really nice.
You say that out loud?
Yeah, I do. I do. Did y'all not
Rollerblades?
see the rollerblades? Yeah, like sweet pair of skates. Wait, were they skates or blades? I don't remember. Point is, they were sick, and I could get them without having to spend all of my allowance. And if he already knows our teacher, then I mean, kind of strange, no offense, but how strange is he really?
So,
Wait. Where are these roller skates coming from? I don't understand.
We were
offered
all
roller skates?
offered stuff that we really want. So this man, sorry, sir, maybe you're great. I don't mean to be rude.
You
Please
turn
don't kill me.
around. He's walking towards the back doors, limping a little bit on his left leg.
Okay, even better. Go. Okay, so this guy, who we don't know, says he knows our teacher. Weird, because she's pretty straight-laced. Shows all of us something that we want. And then gives us a job. And we feel good about that. In a church, no less, the creepiest place it could happen.
Why would you lie in a church?
Mm-hmm. Also,
People lie in
there was
church
only the
all
one
the
thing.
time.
There's only the one thing. Like, you're saying it like he showed us different things at the same time, but if he did, wouldn't we have seen them?
Isn't that weirder?
Well, it's not like magic is a thing. Or sorry, it's not like magic is a thing.
No,
you know?
no, that is pretty weird. Now I'm thinking about it a little
Thank
bit
you,
more.
Kayla. And
Um,
Kayla is the smartest person here. So maybe
Okay,
if you won't listen to me because I'm crazy, we
I
listen to
didn't say
Kayla.
that. I didn't say you're
Kayla.
crazy. No one here said you're crazy. Don't
No
put
one
words in my
ever
mouth.
says it because you're too nice. Kayla, what are your thoughts?
That is just like you.
My thoughts are that this is an opportunity for us to prove that we can be helpful. Maybe I did ask the priest before if there was some way we could make up for interrupting the funeral and causing probably the worst incident to occur that has ever happened in this entire trip. And so I think in that case, this is a time to make up for doing probably the worst crime imaginable.
Okay, so following instructions is probably not the worst thing that happened. I mean, there's literally a dead body down there, I assume. So,
I know, but we interrupted a
perspective.
funeral. You can only have
Of
one
like
of those
5
usually.
people. Of 5 people. You know?
nothing is worse than the baloney, guys. Let's just get over it. We made a mistake. It's fine. However, I think doing some charity work would look really good on a college resume. And if this person is friends with Ms. Applebaum, like y'all pointed out, like probably not that big of a deal if we just go get it taken care of.
We also just need to make sure that if we are doing this for the credits, that we are making sure that we have their mailing address available so that we can get a letter of recommendation when we request it. Because I imagine that's going to be something we'll need to get a letter of recommendation. You can't just say that you did that. You would have to actually have the evidence of it. So we would need to make sure.
When you guys go into construction, they'll probably
Corey
want
gets up. Corey gets up
painting.
and is like, you all can keep talking if you want. Corey gets up and starts walking with purpose towards where Miss Applebaum would be.
Cool.
To be like, hey, this dude. And doesn't care if you all come or what, because you are all, for Corey, obviously drinking the holy church wine.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
He's
Oh
not.
God, if Corey leaves, we're all in trouble. Oh no. Corey, and Kayla goes to follow.
And this is how you make players not want to split the party. You get the teacher mad at them. if they do. I just realized that. Right. So as you're walking, you walk past a couple of like little side chapel altar thingies because churches, I know things, I promise. You walk by, you see the monk from before just tending to some of the candles in one of them. And as you go, you enter the door. It probably is quietly. Hopefully, are you going quietly? Or are you going just loud and fast?
I'm not intentionally being loud, but I'm freaked
Yeah.
out.
Totally.
And if I can't get through to them this way, then maybe I can get through to them by having, oh no,
Dex!
You lock stacks.
We're in the Mirrorverse.
When once
That's
X
right.
returns, everything will
Everything
reset.
will be back
Don't
to
you
normal.
worry. Also,
Oh,
Rev Stomp has recently said that maybe they were invented in the early 1980s. We were getting
I said roller skates, but if we want to make them roller blades, that's
Rollerblades.
also rad. I was picturing
Yeah.
skates.
Skates are great
because
for
they-
dance disco. So yeah, skates for
There you
sure.
go.
valid.
Love it. So Kayla
Return.
and Corey approach the door, this swinging door into the hallway. You see Miss Applebaum just kind of like sitting on a choir crate, like massaging her temples, and the librarian, who is also one of the chaperones, is there just kind of like rubbing her shoulders a little bit, being like, it's gonna be okay, all right? Like this is the last one, and then you can retire, and it'll all be fine. This is gonna look good on their college transcripts. Oh, and she looks up, and Miss Applebaum kind of turns her head, looking incredibly tired and just kind of fed up with the whole situation. She goes, dear hearts, is everything okay? I'm so sorry. I meant to come and get you, but it sounds like they're wrapping up. You all right?
So, hi.
Hello?
I kneel down to like get kind of on her level and say, and I'm noting how tired she looks, and I'm like, so just to keep you up to date on our time, reflecting, and I look at reflecting. We
Good,
were
good.
approached by a man who said he knew you.
Oh, did he give his name?
Did he give his name?
I don't think he did.
Spectacular. I said, no, he had a flat cap.
Yes. Johnny. I think he goes by Johnny now.
Okay, that's interesting.
He's
Wild.
an old friend of mine from college.
Cool. And he's like a
Doing fine.
cool, normal dude.
I suppose so. He was always rather studious, and I lost my southern accent somewhere. Just know everybody in this has a southern accent. There it is, southern accent, southern accent. I just have to say it enough, and then I go back to my roots. Yes. Well, he went to school with me. He was we both went to the University of Memphis, and he was in choir with me. We weren't like close, but he was rather kind, and would carry books for people if they needed help. And yeah, normal is that you were asking if he was normal?
It was just a vibe. And yeah.
He's
I look
asked
at
us.
Kayla.
He's asked us for a favor. Apparently, a friend of his who is old and not as able to do stuff wants a room painted.
A room painted.
Yes.
Well, I suppose I'll have to talk to him. When we go back out there and start setting up, I can go and see. Yeah, go Tigers! Woo, woo, woo.
Do you happen to remember Johnny's last name?
Oh God, it was so many years ago, and she like looks up at the librarian. I'm honestly at a loss for last name. But we had a nice time in choir. He was one of the baritones, so he was chill.
It wasn't
No
Ramos,
offense.
wasn't it?
Ramos. No, I don't think it was Ramos.
Was this me not remembering what
I
the
know.
name on the playbill was?
Yeah, on the playbill it said Romano.
Romano. It wasn't that, was
It
it?
was Romano. To be honest, I'm gonna make a roll for this. See what she thinks. It might have been, but there was also a family with the name Reynolds, because I feel like our I feel like his name would have started with, his last name started with R, but I honestly, I don't know. I'm so tired, sweetheart. I'm really, I'm so sorry. I gotta go get one more,
You go
another
then.
coffee.
Yeah, go get some more coffee. We are obviously in capable hands here, so we're not going to get into any more trouble. Don't worry. I've got my eye on these kids here.
Absolutely. Oh no. We had a
Dex
blip.
disappeared again. A blip.
Dex is like, I'm out of here. So we're gonna still play until Dex comes back.
Yeah.
So she will kind of like stand up raggedly and go into the other room where you presume some coffee might be. And the librarian, Miss Sally Everfield, looks at you, says, "Now, y'all, try not to get into too much trouble, but if she doesn't know, then maybe ask the priest after this whole thing's done. We had no idea there was going to be a funeral, and I'm so sorry we put you in that situation, but maybe just ask him, see if that's okay. I mean, he probably knows everybody in this community, so maybe just ask him. I don't know."
Got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. We will do that. And this has gone exactly the way I hoped. And everything's great.
She wraps her cardigan around her and says, well, I'm going to go get everybody ready to go out there. And I guess y'all can help distribute the folders and stuff. And so she'll walk into the chorister lounge. And you're left alone once more. After maybe learning things, maybe not learning things, but you can hear people, the 5 people that were in recessing. You hear the recessional music. Someone on the organ is playing their little heart out, but for this very poorly attended funeral.
You hate to
And
see
so
it.
if you wanted to go, you could talk to the priest now, but that's up to you. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
know he was telling the truth, at least. Miss
I
Applebaum seemed to recognize the name. And that he was nice, so that's good.
I
Yeah.
mean, it is kind of weird that his name is, Johnny, and then there's this guy, and they're wearing the same hat, and I'm like pointing at the playbill, and I'm like, I mean, but a person in mourning is a person in mourning, and maybe we should go help his friend out. Like, you never know if he knew this guy too. Like, maybe we should bring a casserole.
They
I
could be
looked-
twin
I
brothers.
don't know how to make a
Program?
casserole.
I hadn't looked at the program yet. So Corey looks at it and
Mhm.
points at it and holds it up and is like, and this is fine. This is cool and normal.
No, I'm gonna give you that one. That's spooking me out a bit.
Hey.
The hat. I was gonna say Johnny's a pretty common name. But what is that? A gator attack? Oh, that's a horrible way to go.
You see that's the terrible wanted kind of ad on the back. Wanted for death of Jonathan Romano. This gator, and there's a picture of him. And there's a sub note under it that's smaller and italicized that if you wanted to look at, you're welcome to. It says also missing left toe. This could point to the gator. Call Sheriff Dickinson at insert phone number here, but in very small text, as if to be like, we don't want to sound gruesome on the funeral playbill.
Sure.
However, there is a toe missing.
The gator's toe is missing, or Johnny's
The
toe is
person,
missing?
Johnny's toe. Yeah. Or
And
Jonathan.
did they specify which toe? Left, big,
It just says toe.
little? Okay.
Just as if you see a gator near a toe, probably
That's incriminating.
That's the gator. It's an
Hold on.
incriminating toe.
Was the guy we met limping? Did it look like he pulled a muscle or something, or did it look?
He was limping. He was limping.
I don't really want to say what I'm thinking just to give it power, but I am gonna
Oh,
say
yeah,
it because
'cause
we're in a
he's like a
church. So
crazy
like, what
ghost
could go
man.
wrong?
Yeah, no, that's
I
fine.
mean,
That's fine. Crazy
the
ghost man.
casket was closed, right? I mean, we didn't see inside the casket.
No, it was a closed casket.
No.
So he wasn't a zombie or a ghost, was he? Oh wait, no. He held stuff, so he couldn't have been a ghost, right? It would have fallen through.
Yeah. Like,
Ghost
we
rules.
shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, guys. Like, this is literally a gift horse. A sugar daddy's a sugar daddy. Like, who else is gonna get me a ticket to New York? You know what I mean? Like, all I have to do is paint a house. Let's go.
Also, we would have definitely smelled the rotting flesh if it was a zombie.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. No, that is a good point. Graphic, but good point. So maybe he's a ghost. Assuming that that's we're not just I don't know hyped off of sugar and tired and stressed from team building exercises.
All right,
This is
so
a church retreat.
this is what?
So this isn't a church retreat.
It's
Band
true.
and choir tour, church retreat. We all
Yeah.
find ourselves somewhere.
It's true.
Absolutely. So, we're gonna
Really
do
feeling
a
spooky
little
in this Applebee's.
in this apple bomb. We're gonna do a little montage here. Miss Everfield, the librarian, comes in. Miss Applebaum returns with a little mug of coffee. Still just kind of looking like a chaperone on a junior trip would. And the concert goes well, and the camera will kind of pan along as you're singing a bunch of different music. There's an actual pretty good sizable crowd in the church. It's not too shabby for a Saturday evening. And I'm gonna need a perception from each of you, if that's all right with you. It has to be. Also, my friends, if you're just now joining us and want to affect how our creepy little game is going, feel free to donate to Trans Lifeline. You can affect our game if you do so. You can either give one of the... Oh, I typed the wrong thing. You can either give one of these tracking errors to a player, or you can decide yourself how the game should be affected, how the story should go. So feel free to use your powers for good or ill.
Ooh. The 16 for me.
16, excellent.
7.
7, okay.
I'm really fixated right now.
You're doing your singing. You're doing great.
You're daydreaming about the opera, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
15 for me.
15, great.
12.
All right, so everybody above 10, sorry, Lorelai, you will notice that at the back of the church, a singular monk is sitting there having the best time. Of course, with every choir concert, with every band, this is a group, so it's band and choir. There's always that one song where the choir tries to get everybody to clap along, and depending on where you are, people will clap on beat. Here, everybody's on beat because it's New Orleans and music is the soul. So everybody's on beat, and this monk is getting down with his bad self, having an excellent time. He's way at the back, just kind of like near the doors, and it's the same one that you saw earlier, Kayla. He's in just kind of like how you picture Friar Tuck would look in real life, just like, kind of capuchin looking guy, having just an excellent time. And nobody seems to kind of like notice him or give a damn about what he's doing. But he's really enjoying the music. So the choir and band concert ends to uproar of applause. Everybody's very excited, very happy that you're here. You did a really excellent job. And now you have, as our teachers will tell you, you have about 2 hours to yourself before you need to check in to the hotel. All of your luggage and instruments will be taken there. But you have 2 hours to explore the city, except not Bourbon Street, says one of the teachers very loudly. We are not going on Bourbon Street.
Mm-hmm.
If I catch any of you I will be on Bourbon Street. And this is your Coach Joe, who is a
Mhm.
basketball coach with this beautifully manicured mustache. I
What
will
are you
be
doing on Bourbon
patrolling.
Street? Just taking a walk.
Corey, I will be watching for riffraff like yourself. So you best hope that I don't see you on Bourbon Street, or else baloney is all you'll have. Baloney is all you'll have. Like looks off into the distance.
Oh no.
Oh no. This is a teacher
The
that's
baloney haunts
scarred
us.
by the baloney incident.
And the baloney incident. Feel free in the chat.
It's
if you
always
wanna make
been
up what the
baloney.
We'll always have
Yeah.
baloney.
Oh god.
It was always baloney.
It's
It
always
was.
baloney.
Okay.
Baloney all the
so-
way
For
down.
a donation, you can say what the baloney incident was.
you, can,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can say in
Shape the
detail.
cannon.
We must get income for this.
Cannon in baloney major.
Mhm.
Okay, so I think here's the thing. We could talk to the priest about what happened, but they also yelled at us, so maybe we don't talk to him. However, there is like kind of a friendly monk that's been here, and he also seemed to be enjoying, so maybe we can talk to the friendly monk person instead and not get yelled at, and that can help. But or it's but and if anyone else has an idea, we can do that.
I do like not getting yelled at.
Sure. Sure.
Brief chat with the monk, and then maybe get all of our wishes fulfilled for just a quick little 2 hours of painting.
Yeah, where did they
Hour 15,
say
probably.
where did they say the address was?
15 St. Peter
10:15.
Street.
Yes, note taker.
Ooh.
Hell yeah. Yes, 1015 St. Peter's Street.
Okay.
Funnily enough, the beautiful altar art also has St. Peter, and he's holding a giant key. That's not anything. That's just like a cool fun fact about the cathedral. Even though technically it's a basilica, not a cathedral, but they just like kept cathedral. Anywho, are you looking for the friendly dancing monk?
Yes, we are looking
As he's
specifically for the
called.
friendly dancing monk.
We love a friendly dancing monk in these parts.
Come on, friendly
Absolutely.
dancing monk.
Yeah. Excellent. So you finish up your concert. It goes well. You notice the monk leaves out a door kind of on the opposite side of the altar. It looks like he goes outside into kind of like the alleyway between the church and the building at Neighbors. So you're welcome to follow him out there because you are done for the night until you need to check in 2 hours. Your curfew is 10. And as the trip has gone on, the curfew has gotten later and later because they realize they just can't control you. Aw, wrangling children.
I guess we'll follow him out to
Yeah.
try to have a conversation.
So you leave out that side door onto kind of a cobbled alleyway. It's rather beautiful. On either side, there are these like beautiful wrought iron fences that are very famous, of course, in New Orleans. Flowers and weeds peek through them and kind of create this kind of romantic atmosphere. It's super muggy outside, unfortunately, which takes away from the romance, but it's very, very beautiful. And you hear some humming down the lane. It sounds like he's humming a church song that some of you might recognize. But he's just kind of further down the alleyway in a little alcove.
Kayla looks around if anyone else is gonna do something.
Corey looks at Kayla and does a like.
What it means?
Hello? Father?
I would love if you could make
Brother?
me a perception check, Kayla, since you're leading the charge here.
15.
Okay, so you could swear he materializes in front of you, slightly, just kind of like suddenly is there rather quickly. Ah, I haven't been called father in a very, very long time. How are you? You sounded marvelous. Makes my old heart very happy.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Now, what is the instrument you were playing? I simply did not recognize it.
Oh, I play the sousaphone. It's older instrument based on the helicon. It hasn't really changed much since its invention. The early models usually pointed straight up instead of straight forward like the modern instruments. And a few use 4 valves, but they weren't very popular. The 4 valve models eventually dropped out of production. And she will keep going until someone stops her.
He lets out the biggest belly laugh you've heard probably ever. It almost shakes the ground. It's that powerful. He goes, "Oh, I love musicians. This is so marvelous to hear people so dedicated to their craft. Oh, it does make my heart rather happy. I have to thank you for talking with that one character in the back. I was watching. He's not talked to very often, so I do appreciate it."
Yes,
And here often?
Well, no. I would assume he knew the unfortunate deceased Jonathan, though his death does leave some questions in my mind.
Like what?
Well, we are near swamps, right? But we we are mostly
Feels like it.
contained in an urban setting. So I can't imagine someone, first of all, a local getting that close to an alligator and then edging it on, because truly they keep to themselves. They really are not interested in people, nor would they be in the city center. I can't say I ever saw Jonathan anywhere near the swamps, to be quite honest. He was kind of a city slicker. I mean, not that you can call Memphis a bustling city, but like, it's all relative. But yeah,
You
no, I
just get rid of a body.
in this the
that-
swamp.
I mean, if I were, not that I have, but if I, if you have a body and you need to get rid of it, there's gators. I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying
Yes.
weird.
Uh-huh.
Very, very weird. And
Anyways, so you knew Jonathan? You knew he was more of the
Oh,
city type, you
not
say?
personally, no. I only heard of him. He wrote quite a deal. In fact, he had some rather scathing things to say about the way this church here is run. I would have done it quite a bit differently than it's being done now. But there used to be a lot of great charities that this church donated to, and lots of functions to help out with different things around the city. And I mean, between you and me, ever since this new priest came in, things have just dried up. It's like
Can I do a read on, not to do another like,
vibe check.
yeah, but I would like
You
to
must
do a
assess the
vibe check.
vibes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The vibes
My
are-
character.
Make a vibe check. What are you gonna roll for that?
Would this be passive or active, do you think?
For vibes, I feel like that's passive. Unless you can make, unless you're doing something actively for vibe checking, which I'm not quite sure.
I mean,
you
I'm,
can,
I'm,
unless you
I
have
think
a
I'm actively, he's too nice,
Mhm.
and now he's
Okay.
bad-mouthing this priest. And
Yes.
yeah, but like, he's too friendly.
Totally. I need you to roll above a 10 for that to get a vibe check on this funky dancing monk. Yes, the Barbie movie was based on Lorelai's life. I'm excited for the Barbie movie. It's gonna be great.
It's an 8.
It's an 8. Okay. What you do kind of get the sense of, you maybe are not sure if you want to trust him, but he's not said anything dishonest. Right? Like, it's up to you whether you trust him, but it seems all of the things he said have rung true in some place in you. You're like, like, maybe this person isn't like trying to stir the pot as much as just share information. You know what I mean? Maybe just a gossip for gossip's
Yes.
sake.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. You look like you want to say something, Kayla/Sam.
Kayla's gonna kind of go, thank you for the info there. I guess Johnny mentioned having a older friend, so we were gonna help out maybe if this ended up because apparently he needs some assistance, so we were gonna maybe help out, but we also know to not just to Newtown, anyone could be a gator in disguise, so we just wanted to make sure that everything was hunky dory in that way. And
I also think, side note, when you say like gator in disguise, and you've already been so awkward, and Dex, maybe you don't vibe with this, but I think that we would look at each other in that way of like, we're not friends anymore. But that was weird, right?
Yep.
That was funny
We check in like,
Amazing.
Sorry, Sam.
So just
Gators in
Gator
disguise.
was just too good to just let float by.
It's really good.
gators in disguise.
Float by like a gator.
that was both Kayla and
Meanwhile,
Smoggles.
Lorelai's writing an opera about gators in disguise. Like,
Absolutely. So he kind of looks at you with a kind of understanding care, Kayla, and goes, well, sometimes we have to be brave. Can I show you something? It's about the time of night that I walk over and visit an old friend of mine. It is a cemetery. Just, I don't want anybody to feel strange, but it's part of my nightly pilgrimage. I like to connect with those that have come before, and I just want to show you something that I find special.
I mean, we already interrupted a funeral. What's one more grave?
Probably a lot more than one grave, but yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah, sure. That
he'll
sounds
start moving anyway, whether you say yes or no. He'll just kind of keep talking to you. And goes, well, I, many years ago, baptized a young woman whose story has been forgotten, but remembered, and twisted, and exalted. And I just, every single evening, I like to bring her a little tipple and a little tip. And so he, as he's walking, he shows like a small bottle of a clear looking liquid and some dimes in his hand, 7 of them, or 5 of them, 5 dimes and a little thing. He goes, it's perhaps rather superstitious and maybe a bit unchristian, but I do enjoy to visit an old friend. And he walks you through the gates of St. Louis Cemetery 1, is what it's called, St. Louis Cemetery 1. And you walk in, and New Orleans is a little bit different than maybe other cemeteries that y'all saw back home in North Carolina. All of the graves are above ground, which some of you would know it's because they're so close to the water level. So you have to bury people above ground. And there are many beautiful kind of mausoleum looking things. Some of them look like houses. Some of them are just kind of like very basic rectangular buildings of sorts. And he stops by one in particular, and it has the name Marie Laveau on it. And he says, I come here every night and I leave these little things. It's not much, but it shows devotion, and I think connection to a person that I once knew. Her story's lost. A lot of people say that she was a voodoo queen. Some people say she was a hairdresser for the elite, and being passé blanc, she passed for a white woman when in fact she was not. She was a black woman of very low standing, but was able to get in with the upper crust back in the day. But all of these myths are myths, and her story has been lost to time, but her name somehow still rests and holds New Orleans, just for the fact that she entered into spaces that weren't hers and made them hers. And when I baptized her, this sounds silly, maybe, or childish, but I felt that she was an integral stitch in the tapestry of New Orleans. And though my memory has faded along with history's, I know that she was brave and smart and did what she needed otherwise. And he points to the grave, and there are 3 X's written. People have graffitied this grave. A lot of 3 X's, people writing in lipstick, love letters even to her. Some people have decided to leave kind of hairdressing trinkets in honor of her. There are even a couple of lit candles. And he looks to you, Kayla, and says, I think it might be best to be brave. Here, take this. And he hands you a tiny silver crucifix. And what this will do for you mechanically, this is going to negate a failure on a roll, and you can use it at any point this evening. So he'll hand it to you. Do you take it?
I take it while also looking at the date that Marie Laveau died.
Right. There is not a date on the grave.
Great.
It says, what you see is a plaque that says, this Greek revival tomb is reputed burial place of this notorious voodoo queen. A mystic cult, voodooism of African origin, was brought to this city from Santo Domingo and flourished in 19th century. Marie Laveau was the most widely known of many practitioners of the cult. Which, of course, today, we don't know that. And there's a lot of this that is whitewashed history. We're just going to put that out there here. Voodoo is an incredible religion, and we don't want to be disrespectful.
Do I happen to, I don't know, just the idea of this grave looking older than others? It's something went to Kayla's mind when the friendly monk said, yes, I baptized her. And go, timelines just suddenly flipped all over the place.
Cool. And what do you want to do with that information?
I want to... I guess... I went into, D&D verse, which is, analyzing the stonework of a grave. It's I would never know how to analyze stonework.
We're 17-year-old juniors
17-year-old
on a abandoned choir tour.
This is not something we examine.
We are Scoob and the gang.
So she's just gonna nod, take the crucifix, and just hold on to it for dear life, and just specifically look at Corey, being
I also just want to make put a pin in the fact that did we see any other monks or was there just one?
Oh yeah, for
Sick
sure.
dance
Like,
moves.
is
And
it
I'm
how
like-
long? I
Oh,
didn't know.
we've only seen one
I'm
monk
gonna
this
go-
entire time. I didn't even think about that.
You could go to
I'm
5
like-
or
That's
6
weird.
stores or just one.
One. Oh no,
one
you brought
monk.
it back.
So I think I want to just put it like a library research pin in looking up later how long there was a monastery there and if it's still continuing or if
Sure.
there's no more monastery.
Ooh. Excellent. So,
So,
he.
you-
Oh yeah.
So we've just seen some like old dude. We followed an old dude into a cemetery. He's giving us a history lesson. He's got some sick dance moves. That's what we know so far.
Pretty
Well,
much.
scale of 1 to 10, how good was the dancing? What was he doing?
I would say it was
Any moves I recognize?
not cool dancing, but one of pure elation.
Okay,
I mean,
nice.
we did sing a cover of Toto's Africa for
Fair.
the processional.
Yes, there was
Sure.
a cover of Toto's Africa because every single a cappella group at one point
Gotta
does
do
have
it.
to do a cover of that.
That's
Yeah.
the law.
Jill suggested that in the chat, so
Yes,
I was
Jill.
Oh my god. I know
Also,
for a
Jill
fact that
mentioned
Leah and
the-
I both have done that.
Jill mentioned the glittery roller skates, the red glittery roller skates.
Oh yeah,
that's
she
a
did have
try.
red
Big
glitter.
mood.
Very cool. All right, so he bends down and places this little vial of liquid and the dimes on the ground and places a hand on the tomb. He bows his head, holds onto his own crucifix, and says like a little mumbled prayer. Then he kind of steps back and goes, "So, where are you off to? You're young. You could do anything."
Well, I guess we're going to go, I don't know, scrape some chili off a guy's wall for
Yes.
some sort of spectral reward.
Spectral reward, you say?
Yes.
There
I
are a
had
bunch
what
of
I-
specters here in New Orleans.
What?
Oh,
It's
Yeah?
rather haunted.
What? You don't really believe in that stuff, do you?
Well, I don't know. I feel like there's
if
something
it
to
makes
do
it
with
better, I do.
you believe in specters and ghosts.
Yes.
Do you believe that all of them are evil?
No, but I will say, I think if they're interacting with you, they want
Mm.
something. Which is not so different from alive people, I guess.
You're right. I suppose everybody has an ulterior motive in some sense, but
What's yours?
mine, if I were to meet a ghost? Oh,
I mean, your
first
ulterior motive, you mentioned it. It just topical, you know?
my
Conversation.
a topical ulterior motive.
Sure.
What do I desire? Oh, that desire feels so far away today. he
More
kind of
catchy
looks
music
a
to dance to, or
I miss music. I do love music. I sing to myself all the time, and sometimes people listen. I think the thing I desire is people to talk with. So, thank you. I know not all young people are willing to talk to an old man of the cloth, but I get rather lonely. And he puts another hand on the grave. But you are young. You can choose your adventures and be brave. I was brave. I've been brave.
just sorry, I feel so rude. I didn't even ask your name. I'm Zeke. What's your name, by the way?
Ah, yes, of course. Antonio de Sedea. But you can call me Pere Antonio if you would like, or Father Antonio. It's up to you.
I think Antonio's fine.
The Spanish
Antonio.
colonizer has the name Antonio. I don't say that, but it's giving early colonialism. It's giving missionary.
Woof.
what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. And then just like as an aside, mentally, telepathically communicating to my party members, like, is this a deal with an angel versus a deal with a demon situation? Like, I'm like, do we go with what the good guy says or the bad guy says?
But then also which one is actually the good guy and which one is actually the bad guy?
And is this just like, you know, a hallmarky angel, or is this like be not afraid, a bajillion eyes?
Or
Physically
the
accurate
Spanish
angel.
missionary who did unspeakable things to indigenous people.
Mhm. What side of history were you on?
Oh,
Do
right.
that.
If they're still here, they
Thinking.
probably have unfinished business.
That is
Right?
so true.
Does he look solid? It's spooky out time. It's spooky outside. It's Halloween time.
Yeah. He looks. Do me a perception check.
Yeah,
since
I have
we
a
are
high
playing
five?
Game. A what?
I would ask him for a high five, like
What is a high? What is a high five?
blocking that because that's weird. But just like, oh, I hold a hand up to one of the party members for a high five to give an example. High five, both of you.
Why does
Kayla.
one do this?
High five,
Is this
Kayla.
a dance? I
I
do like dancing.
Okay.
I
cool,
don't see
no
this
worries.
as necessary.
Sure.
It's like a cool, fun thing that, you know, young
Gesture
people
of
do
goodwill.
to be like, hey, yeah, gesture of goodwill.
I
Yeah,
like
Giving
when
us
you
all
have
this
to use a
information.
line, Go
Yeah,
for a high
I mean,
five.
you've already given us a tour of
this side.
this place.
This means peace.
Yes.
All right.
It's kind of like, you know, I like.
Get out, bud.
Yes. I have duties. And he'll go to touch his hand to yours, and it feels solid, but
Okay.
incredibly cold. Very, very
Oh.
chilly.
Vampire man. I don't say it that way.
Nice.
Oh, and
Thank
it
you.
makes a nice sound, a percussive
does.
noise.
Yeah, absolutely. Just smiling, and then turning to Corey, channeling our second joint birthday party, the secret code that we made for, hey, adults are coming, stop doing bad things, as like our panic response of like, oh God, and just kind of like make that gesture discreetly if I can, and then just go back to smiling. Great, cool.
Corey's gonna say, listen, I know we're just a group of teens, but thank you so much for sharing this with us and walking in this graveyard with us. And, you know, I hope your church is very cool. I hope more people keep going.
We just gotta get the guy out. The priest.
Oh, right.
He's not very nice.
Why don't you like him?
Well, because he's dried up all the charity programs.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure, and maybe this is saying too much, but I'm pretty sure that your, I guess I'm not really friend, but the person in the casket, he was a journalist. I think he may have been doing digging where he perhaps shouldn't. So, I'm just giving you that because you have powers that I do not. And you have actually listened to me, which I am thankful for.
Oh,
Sure.
Well, I got to, I need to continue my route. I go to the other side of the church now,
sure.
and then through the rectory, and then I have like a route, you know, routine.
For
Keeps
sure.
us
Church
all-
route.
Church route, yes, church.
Yeah.
Yep, that's valid.
Antonia, before you head out, this is our last night here, and I was wondering if there are any places that you would recommend to visit during the day. Any attractions that are fun to see, you know, getting some good sun while you're here. Just for when my family comes back to town.
Right. Well, things have changed quite a lot. But one staple is the absinthe house. Oh, you are quite young, but absinthe house, you could look inside if you would like. Apparently, pirates used to hang out there if you like pirates. I certainly do. So you could check that out. And on your way, there are some, well, there's some beautiful art that people will put up in Jackson Square. It's always a place of great creativity, Jackson Square. So you could look there. There's well, I don't know, just meandering, and you can get a lot. Those are the things that
thank you
come
very
to
much.
mind. Yes, of course, of course. Have a good time and be brave. And he winks at Kayla and kind of begins his route and walks. And you notice that he kind of walks very much in like straight lines. It's almost as if he's walking on a grid. In some sense.
Okay.
That's fine.
Normal and cool.
Normal
I like rubbed
and-
my hands together, like trying to shake that chill out of him, like hand on the armpit.
I might be
God.
moving our music to creepy now because this feels creepy.
Yeah.
He was nice.
I think if we want to sort of unpack, stuff, we go not next to his, like, best friend's grave. Or any grave. Let's leave. How do we feel about leaving?
I think leaving would be a great idea.
Leaving sounds like a great idea.
Excellent. And so as you exit,
Before we go though, like
yeah.
I'm gonna hang back for just a second, look at Marie's grave, just real quick. Sound like a badass. Then I run off.
you would be right. Can I get a final perception check before we go to our 10-minute break as you're exiting the St. Louis Cemetery number 1?
9.
Great.
8.
11.
Okay, good.
8.
All right, so you hung back for a moment, Zeke/Dex, and as you're leaving, you see a sign on the church wall. So at the entrance is like right next to the church. You see a sign on the church wall that has some arrows, and it says "Crypt this way." Has Père Dagobert's grave and Antonio de Sedea's grave as and a couple of other graves, just kind of listed in a list. And then there's another sign that says Church Rectory, another one that says Welcome Office, and a couple of other just things. So those are some things that you see as you exit the cemetery. And now is an excellent time to go to break. Thank you also so much for being here. We're going to take a 10. We're going to hydrate. We suggest you do 2. It's hot out there. And thank you all so much for being here and for donating. There's still time to do so and time to affect the game if you so choose. All right, friends, we'll see you in 10, unless, Sam, you had something to say.
Nope, just saying on the break, you still will be able to donate as we go through. So please make sure to do so if you can. I'll put the donate link out there right now because the QR code won't be available. But the slides that you see during the break will also show the upcoming games that we have this week as well. So be sure to check those out. We will see you in just 10 minutes. Bye.
Bye, friends. See you soon.
roll. 'Cause roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll back, do you 20 to deception check, or you will know Roll 1522, perception check are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and click, clack, roll to attack. You click, clack, and then when you attack it, and clocking it when you were talking it. Click, click, clock, roll to a time. Click, click, clocking it when you were talking it. Click, click, clock, roll to a time. Click, click, clocking it when you were talking it.
And we're back. Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are continuing our game through Rememorex, which is also part of day 1 of our charity stream for Clickety Clackety, benefiting Trans Lifeline. If you are just joining us, we are doing a charity week for Trans Lifeline. If you don't know what Trans Lifeline is, it is an organization, a grassroots organization that is able to provide both emotional and financial support to trans people in crisis. And it was both made for trans people and created by trans people. So very important organization, and we are happy this Pride to be running this charity week during this week. And you can donate one of 2 ways. You can either scan the QR code that is on the bottom left-hand corner of this screen, or you can you can type !donate, and it will show the link to also donate on Tiltify. If you are able to donate, you do get the opportunity to give a tracking error, which can input the game. Dex and I still have the helping hand error, which we can use to provide something or someone that can help us in a situation, and just like throw that in there when we need it.
And
So
my mom donated during the break and said
you.
that she would like me, and mom messaged me if I'm wrong. Abby. Thank you, Abby.
Thanks, Abby.
I have a helping hand as well.
Excellent. Love that. Wow, everybody's so very nice to our players. You're
Yeah.
not trying to hinder them. You're only helping them. That's really
Yeah.
funny.
All
I
right,
feel
we
like
need-
sometimes people are like, no, we're going to mess with these players. It's like, no, we love these players. They're all honor students except for Corey.
Also, now that we're getting close to it, if we do hit the $300 mark tonight, we do have a giveaway for people in chat. That people in
Surprise.
chat will have the chance to earn. So keep on giving.
Do we know what our
and,
giveaway is? Are we going to say, or is it a secret?
I
like
can
we should-
say. I just need a
feel like we
moment
should
to
say.
get it all together.
Okay.
So, member of the Clickety Clackety community, Reagan, also known as Dragonfly, has offered up. This is going to be available for each of the streams, but has offered up these lovely scale mail crowns that are painted. In the one I saw was painted in the trans flag, but they're LGBTQ colored scale crowns, and I can take a moment to actually get the picture so that everyone can see it. But it is I'll be able to show what it looks like. But Helena, if you wanted to talk while I grab
Yeah.
that, I can certainly work on getting that for everyone.
Yeah, so while you grab that, first of all, amazing for Ren fairs. If y'all like going to Renaissance fairs, scale mail is the thing. So while Sam is looking for that, how are we feeling player-wise? If we want to talk about what you would like to do next, you have the world is your oyster, except don't go on Bourbon Street. Or if you do, you got to be sneaky because Coach Joe is patrolling, allegedly. What are y'all feeling like? You could go back to the hotel now, call it an early night. You could look through Jackson Square and see the art that the Father Antoine mentioned. You could see what he meant about the Absinthe House. You could see, what were the other things he mentioned?
I'm really curious about the Absinthe House because I'm like,
Yeah.
is it still there? Ooh.
Right. Also, does Zeke tell us?
As we're back in it and I catch up to y'all, I would absolutely not want to keep that to myself because I'm spooked. I'm shook. Shell shocked and devastated here. Hey, so you know how there are a bunch of different, dead people that stay in their boxes, crypts, think
Yeah.
so like really shaking the hand, trying to warm up the one that high-fived Antonio. So I high-fived him, and sometimes I've been in a place where there's a lot of air conditioning, and that was cold, but he felt like a corpse cold, and on the way out, I saw, not to freak anybody out, I'm a little freaked out, but I did see his same name. I'm not sure on the spelling, but it looked like his name was on a crypt. I think he's dead.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Tell
all
me
right.
I'm crazy, please.
No, I listen.
Okay, so does
Oops.
that mean I'm like fully cursed now because I just accepted a gift? Because this is a very solid crucifix.
I back away from that. I mean,
We're so
I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's
It's
fine.
kind of a friendly ghost, right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do anything bad per se. He was like, let me show you around town. Let me give you some recommendations. I mean,
A ghost
Yeah.
host.
Yes, ghost host.
I
I don't know. I've never met a ghost before.
well,
are
Probably.
you sure?
No. And that's the problem.
So, I mean, what if I don't know, like low key, like, what if we met like a couple ghosts today? I mean, that guy in the church was pretty shady.
yeah, shady.
Was that a nerd
mean-
joke? Like a shade or something?
That was a good joke.
They did offer some gifts, and some of it was really really important and maybe life-changing stuff, and some of it was roller skates, but some of
Like,
it
how did he know though? How did he know that like that's what I want to do with my life? Like this person I've never met.
Wow.
What did you
it's so
see?
crazy that we're having this conversation hours after I said that. Right? So now we all agree
Sure.
that
Okay, fine.
that was weird. But here's the other thing. Now I feel like it's too late. We've met two ghosts, or also, you know what? I hope that first guy was a ghost. I hope he was just a ghost and not some. I mean, because here's the other thing. What you got, points at Kayla, that is a gift. What we were offered in the church is a deal. Different things. And I'm not saying, I guess, that it will absolutely be a bad deal, but I am saying it's an exchange. And, I've.
Good point.
that is a very good point. Do you want to? So do you mean we want to avoid painting a nice old person's house? I mean, we were also told he was very nice, and there were friendly ghosts like Casper. So, that's a
Was
possibility.
Casper made it? I thought it was the
I have no
90s.
idea.
No,
have no idea.
actually, I literally looked this up.
That's what you were looking up.
Yeah.
Here. That is
Yeah.
so funny.
I love that.
This
The
is
ca-
October 1984.
first appearance of Casper was in The Friendly Ghost in 1945.
Yes. Wow.
An old
Yeah.
cartoon.
I-
Okay.
Casper's
so
been
you
a
like-
while.
Okay. Shout out to Casper.
Yeah.
He wasn't
Okay.
like popular though. Like
Right.
like
Are you
Like
negative
Lorelai.
ghost? Okay. Listen. Maybe we decide tomorrow about if we go de-chili this stranger's house. But for tonight, what do we want to do?
Absent House.
That does sound really interesting. I mean, that
Yeah, I
that
wanna
sounds
see
pretty
it.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Let's
involve
go!
alcohol. Wait, that doesn't involve alcohol though, right?
I'm just grabbing Kayla's hand and walking.
Wait, that says Wait,
We're just gonna take a
is
look.
that-
No one's ever gonna drink it, but if you do drink it, Kayla, just be careful because you'll see stuff.
what?
Don't worry about it.
I think you're gonna be fine. We're all gonna stick together, and it'll be good.
And let's get baby her first drink.
First?
Okay.
Yours,
So-
yeah.
So at the sound, as soon as you say the word absinthe house, slightly ahead of you, out of the alleyway, you hear a yarg, yarg.
Does anyone else hear a crying pirate?
I
There's
do.
no way that's what I'm hearing. That's not that.
Like a
Okay.
theme restaurant around here or something.
New Orleans, probably. We're by the water.
Neptune, why?
Well, this would be like the third weirdest thing to happen today. So let's go.
Ahoy there.
So you walk down the alleyway, and from the front of the church comes a grown-ass man dressed in a pirate's costume. It looks rather worn, as if he's been wearing it for too long. He approaches you. You can clearly smell him before you see him. And this man kind of stumbles into view and goes, "Yar, are you heading to the old absinthe house?"
Oh, what does he smell like if he gets close?
Rum.
Oh, okay, not like a
and
rotting
lots of
corpse or
rum.
anything, just like
Yeah.
booze. Oh,
It
fantastic.
smells
Okay.
Like
Cool.
booze. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we did say that. Do you know where it is?
I do. I'll tell you a tale as we traverse. And
Okay.
he kind of like drunkenly takes a handkerchief from his sleeve and blows his nose a little too loud. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to hurt our audience's ears. He blows his nose and tucks it back in and goes, "The name's Reggie, and I'm a pirate. Believe it or not." And he looks at you.
I mean, it's
What
an
do your
impeccable
faces
costume.
look like at this?
Oh, I can show you my face.
Excellent. Screenshot that. And he goes, "Oh, no, believe me, I have traversed the 7 seas, and but the absinthe house always has me heart. I fell in love at the absinthe house."
What year did you fall in love? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, goodness, it would be around 18.
Nope.
18,
Nope.
All right.
18,
Unacceptable.
Don't worry
Okay.
about it. That's a good.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. 18.
He like trails off and goes, "I fell in love with a young woman here, but my mistress was the sea. But little did I know there was a little baby Reggie on the way. I came back here to this very spot." Well, actually, further over there, and points back to the alleyway, where a nice German priest at the time tied the knot for me and my bonny lass. But my true love be the sea. So a melancholy existence I kept up. We're here. And he walks through the door, and there is a singular, like, golden locket just dangling where his hand was on
Oh.
the doorknob.
Oh, okay.
kind of
When you say
clinking
through,
against the door.
hold on now, there, DM. When you say through the door, do you mean he opened the door and walked through, or this spirit went through?
He
There's
went-
just a
he
locket.
touched the knob and went through the door.
Okay. I
The
look
door,
at the party.
I will tell you what it looks like. It is of the Absinthe House, and it says, old Jean Lafitte's old Absinthe House since 1807. It is on the corner of Bourbon Street and Bienville Street.
We're
So it's
on
the
Bourbon
corner.
Street.
It's the corner.
It's not
Mhm.
on Bourbon. It's on Bienville.
We are
Very
urban
close
adjacent.
to it. I look at the locket. I take the bandana out of my hair, and I use that to sort of take the locket from the doorknob.
Great.
I don't touch it directly.
cool.
Oh, so
It's
the rumors are true.
And I look at it.
yeah, it's about the size of a quarter. It's gold. It looks rather old, but it still shines in the moonlight. And engraved on the top of it is a 4-leaf clover. And it looks like there's a small clasp that you can undo to open it if you wanted to.
I do want to.
Great. So you
Jeez.
open it, and inside is what appears to be a whisker, but it's a jet black whisker of some sort, kind of curled around itself inside. And if you want to hold on to that, you're welcome to, but it's up to you.
Do I feel anything from it?
As you hold it, it feels warm. It doesn't feel, it's like kind of an inviting warmth. It's not anything that's like shocking. Not like a scalding warm, but like a I just put my heat wrap in the microwave for 2 minutes kind of warm.
Cool.
Relatable millennial content.
Nice. That sounds lovely.
Yeah, I do like, and you're all welcome to also like look at it with me. And I sort of look at you and I'm like, it seems fine.
I am looking down Bourbon Street to find out if Coach is heading this way and is about to
Ooh.
absolutely ruin us.
You make a perception and I'll
Come on,
make
look
the
out.
coach's roll.
Perception is passive, right?
Passive, your highest passive.
That's an 8.
Coach rolled a 2, and a 1. So, you do see him. He does not see you.
He's right there.
Is slightly staggering.
He's right there and slightly staggering. He might be having.
Okay.
he-
Well, let's go. And I close the locket and I wrap it in the thing and I put it in my pocket and I open the door.
Amazing. So you open the door to a relatively empty bar. It's a little early in the night for New Orleans. So there are like a couple of older gentlemen sitting at the bar. It's kind of a rundown wooden structure, piece of furniture that's just the bar. There are some stools, about 6 of them, actually exactly 6 of them, in front of this bar, and some of them are losing some of their stuffing, and a lot of them have patches on them, and completely covering the walls and the ceiling are dollar bills. It's just dollar bills stapled every single place.
May I use my helping hand at this point? And the helping hand I want is something to disguise Kayla so that if the coach walks in, Kayla is not immediately noticed.
I'm so glad you asked, because also in the Absinthe House, there are a bunch of sports memorabilia. It's like one wall is completely sports memorabilia, kind of amidst the like stapled dollars. So Kayla can grab, if she wants, a jersey and a helmet, a football helmet, if you wanted to wear it.
What's gonna be... Nope, Kayla's panicking. Kayla puts on a football helmet and a jersey
Great.
and is like, great, he'll never know it because I'm not a sports person, so he'll never think that that's me.
Amazing. Someone in chat decide which jersey and which helmet we put on, because I don't know sports very well. I was like Miami Dolphins and question
I
mark.
mean, I think the New Orleans Saints were a team at
You could
that
do
point.
one of the Saints, yeah. 1980. Listen, sports ball. I went to art school, so I don't do math or think about sports very often. So yeah, you walk on in. It's rather quiet. There's like some low jazz music being played, and a short black woman with natural kind of reddish brown hair is doing the classic bartender thing of cleaning out a mug behind this dollar stapled bar. And she like turns to look at you and goes, "Huh, looks like you've seen a ghost."
Or 3.
Or 3. Oh God. Did the captain send you as well?
The pirate that just walked through the door.
I have no idea. I've had at least 5 people this month come in saying the captain sent them. But have a seat. Do you all have ID?
You have a dartboard?
There is a dartboard.
Just water for me, please.
Water, okay.
Diet Coke.
Diet Coke, okay, excellent. And for you, she looks at Corey, kind of sizing up, being like, "Is this the chaperone for the rest of this group?"
Just a Coke for me, please.
Yeah. And you, Tiger? She looks at Kayla in the bobblehead looking kind of vibe. What do you think?
I would like just a regular water, please.
Okay. And she kind of laughs to herself and says, sit anywhere you like. And she goes, and as she moves towards like the soda machine, you can see that she's just decked out in jewelry and talismans and has rings on every finger. And she kind of has like a twinkling sound as she walks. And she looks to be in her like mid to late 20s. And she'll serve up your drinks. And so what brings you to the Absinthe House for Coke, Diet Coke, and 2 waters?
The captain.
Oh, and a monk.
And a monk. Ah,
And maybe someone who got murdered by an alligator.
murdered. And she leans forward kind of conspiratorially, goes, "You're not talking about Jonathan, are you?"
Okay, so are ghosts just
Romano?
common knowledge here? Is that just a thing here?
Ghosts, yes. Well, people come in saying they've seen all sorts of things. The captain seems to be the thing this month. I don't know. It smells like salty air to me in here. And you know, it could just be me. I'm maybe having a very awful stroke or something. But I think there are things here that aren't really explainable. But you said allegedly gator attack?
I wasn't there. I don't know. I just read the program at the funeral.
There was
Right, we went
there
to
was
the
a wanted
funeral.
poster for the gator.
A wanted poster. God, the poor creature.
Something about
Well-
a toe.
Listen, this sounds very strange. First of all, I'm Lisette. It's nice to meet you. Can I show you something kind of silly? It's a little hobby of mine that I've had this week. So she goes beneath the bar, grabs a manila envelope, and opens it up. And inside, you'll see newspaper clippings about written by Jonathan Romano, as well as a excerpt from a book about strange animal attacks in New Orleans and who they're attributed to. There's a list that says, alligators, crocodiles, rougarou, which is a new one perhaps for some of you. And then the rougarou is circled. But she just goes, "I think that Jonathan, who is a transplant from Tennessee, was trying to expose something at the church. I've lived here my entire life and probably have a way better Southern accent than my overpronunciation that I'm having right now. But I've lived here my entire life, and the church, the St. Louis Church, has always done such good things for the community. But since new management took over, our current priest, Father Martin, things have died down as far as taking care of New Orleans people, which is all sorts of messed up in my brain because so many good things and so many bad things have been done by the church here. But I think Jonathan was trying to uncover something."
Is Martin also a transplant from a new place? Or have they also been here? Have they also been here the whole time?
Father Martin grew up in a couple of towns away from here, not in the city proper. I'm not really sure where. Definitely a Louisiana native, though. Or so he says. Who knows? He could be lying about everything.
Can I do a ghost check?
Yeah, you could do a ghost check. What do you want to roll for a ghost check? You could either do a perception, or if you have a roll that you'd like to use, you can use that.
Inspect the specter.
I could see you using the Dungeon Master or roll for initiative.
I was
here.
thinking Dungeon Master.
Sure.
With
Yeah.
having met 3
Clocking
ghosts
people.
now, there's
Yeah.
like
A
but
song
they've
and
all been a
dance.
little bit different.
Mhm.
So it's like, you know.
Yeah. And
9.
I need you to. That is I'll give you, since you've had a ghost, as long as it's over a 10, that's a success for me.
That's an 18.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is a person. And not just a person, a very warm, kind person.
Cool.
Yeah. You feel absolutely fine about it. She's like she's maybe the warmest person you've met so far on this tour.
I say, before we go any further, I did find this, and you seem like you have a lot of jewelry. I don't know, but I found this outside your bar, and I show her the locket.
She'll ask if she can hold it. So she'll take it in her hand, and she'll kind of cover it up between her palms and close her eyes before like actually looking at it. And she'll take a deep breath and open her eyes, look down at it, put it on the counter, pick up a deck of cards from her apron and flip one down. And she'll say, well, it's a lucky charm. She'll put the cards back and laugh to herself that she went through all the trouble. Because it's a lucky charm. And she'll open it up and be like, yeah, it's a whisker. It's a black cat whisker. Pretty typical, kind of a sailor charm, at least historically. Black cats, of course, are very lucky. And 4-leaf clovers they speak for themselves. But this should get you out of some scrapes if you hold on to this. Was this given to you?
I guess what we saw was the captain led us here and put his hand on the doorknob like he was going to open it, and then, he walked right on through it, because that's just the kind of day that we're having. And then there was this locket on the doorknob, and at first I thought, weird ghost gift, not the first one we've gotten today, but then I saw all your jewelry, and I wanted to make sure that, I don't know, maybe it was a regular necklace, but of course it wasn't.
Of course it wasn't. It's the time of year that this kind of thing happens, and some people like to say synchronicity, but I say good story. And clearly,
That's
y'all
just
have
the
been
way.
through it. It is the way. I think it is. Would you like some tea or anything on the house? I feel like you've been through enough of a harrowing time.
Whatever you got.
Yeah. So she'll take a moment.
Did I get my locket back?
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. She'll hand it back. She'll take a moment and brew up some tea, and she'll talk you through it. She'll be like, I'm gonna do some black tea because the night is young, and I'm gonna add some cinnamon. It's protective. It's good for you. It also smells really nice, which is good. A little bit of milk if you want it. Is anyone lactose intolerant?
Raise my hand.
All right, so I'll hold out the milk for you. This is before nut milks, friends. And she'll add a little bit of honey just for sweetness. And you'll watch as she pours a kind of powdery it almost looks like wood chips if they were ground down really small, just around each saucer that she gives. And she gives you like mismatched saucers and cups. And she goes, and this is Abre Camino. It's a plant that helps you get to where you're going. Don't ingest that part though. It's not going to be good for your tummy. And she'll slide the teas over to you and kind of look at you all quizzically. You all don't hang out much, do you?
Not if we can help it, generally.
Huh.
For the most part.
Well,
So, some of us used to, but it's, things happen.
high school's hard. High school's really hard. She like looks as the two older gentlemen that were drinking kind of like wave to her and leave some money on the table and exit. And she looks at you and says, maybe I've had a really long day, but may I read some tarot cards for you? I'm trying to get good at it. My mother has a shop down the street and I'm trying to learn. And so I've been trying to use customers as helpers in that way. But to be honest, adults are really scary. And she smiles. And so she, as are you drinking the tea?
Yeah.
Is anyone not drinking the tea? Okay, cool. Everybody's drinking the tea. It feels very warm. It's sweet. It's very comforting, and you feel a little energized, like black tea does that. And she will say, I'm going to do a three card tarot pull. That's kind of standard here in New Orleans, and you're not from here, obviously, so why am I telling you any of this? And she pulls out a first card and places it down, a second and a third, and flips over the first card and shows you, it's a picture of a man at the precipice of a cliff holding a staff that has a small bag on the back. And there's a tiny little dog in the bottom right corner, just kind of nipping at his heels. And there's the sun shining down. He's also holding a little flower, which is very cute. She goes, this is the Fool. This is your past. So, I mean, you're on an adventure now, so this feels fitting. Maybe you're a little naive, or you were. And you've clearly had some strange encounters today. And she flips over the second card. This is your present. And she shows you a image of a femme-presenting person in blue robes holding a scroll on her lap. There's a moon at her feet. She's wearing this big crown that looks like horns and a kind of circle in between. And she's sitting between two columns. And she goes, well, this is the High Priestess. A lot of people think of her as like the initiator into the mysteries. And I mean, I choose a new belief system every week just to test it out. But a lot of people have visions of her when they're getting into things that are beyond what's on the material plane. And she kind of giggles and gets excited. And then she goes, as far as where you're going, and she flips the third card, and it's the future. And she shows a picture of two towers in the background, a large picture of a moon eclipsing a sun, two dogs kind of barking up at the moon, and a lobster exiting a river below the dogs. And she goes, well, this is the moon. This is intuition and wildness and your subconscious and things that are hidden. This is like the shadows. So according to this, and she kind of like cocks her head, according to this, you were kind of dumb and new to things, and now you're initiated into the mysteries of life, maybe, or of ghosts, since you claim you've seen ghosts. And your future is that of following your intuition and your gut. Does that resonate with you? Is that kind of dumb? Is it basic? Basic is not a thing in the 80s. Is that cringy? Cringy is also
Feels
maybe not.
right to me.
Whack? I don't know.
Whack. Yeah.
Is that what they would have
wiggity
said
whack.
back in the day?
Wiggity
I
whack. Is
wasn't
it the
there.
wiggity whack?
I don't know.
We're children of the 90s. Don't tell anybody. Okay.
I mean, not wrong.
Not wrong.
Feels pretty on point.
Interesting. I feel like you might see more ghosts while you're here, or you might get into some good trouble. The moon is all about good trouble. And she like takes a sip of a beer that's like left on the counter. You might find yourself exactly where you need to be.
What were you about to say, Kayla?
Oh, I just noticed in Smoggle's notice in the Rev Stomp says weak would have been.
Weak, thank you. It's a
Mm.
weak.
Nice.
Also, thank you. I like my makeup too. It's pan flag.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
She takes the cards off the counter, and I would love if y'all could do a quick perception check as she kind of reshuffles them into the deck. And if you beat a 17, let me know.
16.
Not even close.
It was a really good 14. I don't
Okay.
even know if I can get 17 at this. Oh, I could, just not likely. Great.
Yeah, that was on the tricky side of checks. But she kind of chuckles and puts the cards back in the deck and says, "And none of you tried to get beer from me. Why are you here?"
Oh, another ghost, actually. We weren't really sent by the captain. It's more like we ran into him after we were told by
One of the monks who used to live here as a
Herr Antonio.
yes.
Likes to dance.
Yeah, and sing. People hear him singing on rainy mornings a lot. He likes to hang out over by the church. Allegedly.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
That's after we were asked by, we think Johnny to paint a friend's house.
Yeah. Actually, could you sort of like vibe check this scenario if we told it to
Sure.
you?
Okay.
So, here we are at this guy's funeral, and I'm looking at the playbill, and it's got this picture of this guy with
Why
his
were you
hat.
at a funeral of somebody that you didn't know?
Oh, that was an accident.
Coincidence.
And so we're like sitting there, and then like all of a sudden, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I started to feel really like sleepy, like so sleepy I could barely even move. And out of the corner of my eye, all of a sudden there's some guy like saying like, "I've got connections, and if you help me, I'll help you. And here's this thing that you really, really want that you've been wanting for a long time." And I won't say what that is, but you know.
Yeah, we all got different offers, but
In exchange for something? For painting a house?
there was a chilly incident.
What?
I don't know, but the friend of his, I guess, is incapable of
Toting
fixing.
chili.
Yeah, and then like redoing the walls, I guess.
He's an old man.
Interesting. Well,
He's
I
up there in
do know
years.
that the church used to kind of take care of its more elderly members. If it was an old man, maybe this is true, and it's kind of rough out there nowadays for a lot of the charity situations. New Orleans is well, there's a line that is very stark between those that have and those that don't. And usually we try to take care of everybody, and in some ways you can belong to a family and be taken care of.
So, but this all kind of stopped when Martin came into the picture, I'm guessing.
Yes, and that's why I think Jonathan was looking into his involvement in the church, because all of the goodwill that the church was about suddenly disappeared, suddenly dried up, and there was no money for anything. So, I'm
So
not
to
quite
to
sure.
Lorelai's point, if say this Jonathan happens to be the Johnny who we met,
Mm.
who may be a spirit or a corpse, I don't know. If he wanted us to look into something and offered our wildest dreams to us, would that be a good situation, or are we gonna get dragged off somewhere? In your opinion?
In my opinion, as somebody that has dabbled, and she kind of puts a hand on all of these talismans and necklaces that she has around her neck, as someone that's dabbled in things that are maybe beyond what's physical here, I would say follow your nose, but don't be dumb. When were you planning on going over to the house?
Tomorrow. I mean, I don't want to go at night.
I wouldn't either.
No.
Daytime stuff.
Do you mind if I have a kind of private moment with my colleagues?
Oh, absolutely. I have to go get the cash off the table anyway. Yeah.
Also, can we look at that newspaper with the kangaroo on it?
Oh, the Rougarou. Well, this is from a children's book. And then this is a newsletter or a newspaper article that Jonathan wrote, kind of talking about sudden lack of funds that the St. Louis Church has exhibited recently. But yes, please talk. And she kind of, with like a whip of her like large skirt, walks over to she's got a lot of fabric on her, got a lot of beads and chains, and she looks really cool. And she goes over to the table and starts clearing.
Okay, this could actually be perfect because, okay, think about it. We are currently on strike one, in terms of, being in trouble. We have the potential to be in strike two because of being discovered by Coach on Bourbon Street, which
Next
I
to
know it's
it.
technically in the corner, but it's a whole thing.
Sure.
If we solve a mystery, that can clear both our strikes.
Like a positive addition to our permanent record?
Maybe we can ask the record to be annulled because we helped in the end.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, that's how that works.
You'll get a good college essay out of it.
Yeah. And I'll get a great plot for my new opera,
Oh my gosh.
Ghost of New
Gee.
Orleans.
Goes to New
Ooh.
Orleans.
Ooh, that's
I love the commitment to the
Yeah.
juniors in high school logic that y'all are using. I really appreciate that. Thank you for not being too smart. Not that juniors in high school are not smart. They just don't always know. I didn't, at least.
I mean, street smarts.
Street smarts. Great. So she'll come back over and like be putting the bottles away and cleaning things up, and we'll keep doing that until you call her over. She's not trying to pry.
Lisette, do you have any advice for dealing with spooky things?
Well, the tea I gave you is a bit of a protection charm I came up with. I hope that's
Ooh.
okay.
Yeah, no, that's great. Absolutely. Thank you.
This will at least protect you while you sleep. I found that people that say they encounter ghosts or actually do encounter ghosts often have terrible nightmares. So I think you will sleep soundly and feel good the next day. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I'm technically out of work. if you want, and I do not, I don't want to get in your business, but
Mhm.
if you would like at least a chaperone of sorts to take you to the house, I will happily oblige.
Is she cute?
Trust this lady.
What'd you say?
Is she cute?
Trust this lady.
Yeah, she's really cute. Yeah.
I think
She's
that's a
really
great idea.
cute. She has some like very
know.
caramelly brown eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Her
Yep.
skin looks really soft. She's gorgeous, covered in all of these sparkly things.
You know, far be it from us to go without a chaperone.
Oh well, okay. If you want to meet me, well, I guess, what hotel are you staying at?
What hotel are we staying at?
Oh, by the way, you don't know. You're staying at the Hotel Magnolia, a completely made up
Ooh,
hotel
yes.
that I made up. Because I like the smell of magnolias. It's a weird smell.
Hotel Magnolia.
So if I pick you up in the morning, we could head on over, or get coffee and I don't know, whatever you want for breakfast on the way.
And beignets.
Beignet. Oh, do we have to go to Dumont though? It's
It doesn't
always
have to
so
be.
crowded.
Not at 6 a.m.
Are we 6
Oh, wow,
a.m. in the
that's
morning?
early.
No.
That's
No. Isn't
Well,
that the
I have
normal
to get up
time
and
to?
do my vocal warm-ups that I do every day at 6 a.m. So that's what's just why.
Yeah,
Do
and I
both
need at
of you
least.
wake up at 6?
Well, I need to make sure that I have 2 hours of sousaphone practice during the day.
Do you have another concert tomorrow?
No.
No, but you have to make sure you're always prepared.
I
Yeah,
see.
and practice makes perfect.
She like makes eyes at Corey, like, are these people for real? And goes,
Corey just kind of nods.
yeah. All right. So as not to disturb your various musical endeavors, let's say 7, split the difference, and she looks over to Zeke and Corey. 8? Better? 8?
Mm-hmm.
Doable.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll meet
Sleep
you outside the hotel at 8, and we can grab a coffee, and I can show you where to go. It's not too far from here, so you should be okay.
Great. It's a date. Plan. It's a plan.
Thank you for all your help. Also, just so you know, Antonio, brother Antonio, also hates this new priest. So, you know, you're not alone. I don't think he hates people, but
He
he
doesn't seem
is
vengeful.
specifically not a fan. Yeah.
I'm gonna roll
Mhm.
her like a little history check to see if she knows anything about Antonio. She does not. That's really funny. I rolled 2 1s and a 2. That's quite hilarious.
That story.
Sounds weird. She will say, well, I mean, ghosts have opinions too. Maybe. I've never seen one, unfortunately.
Do I believe her when she says that?
Yeah.
Okay.
She looks a little crestfallen that y'all saw the ghosts, the people that aren't even from here. And
Sure.
she has been trying for years, is the idea that you get in your head, that
Of course,
that's why
that's
she
all
tries
we
out.
do. When you hang out with us tomorrow, you'll see a bunch.
Right. She starts to clean up the papers that were on the table. You done with these?
Yeah, sure. Paper hand over.
So she puts the journal article and the little children's book thing about the Rougarou away in the manila folder. Well, see you in the morning.
See you
Cool,
then.
bye.
I would love to just like throw a round of darts at the board before we leave.
Ooh, roll whatever you'd like. Your archer trait.
I would
maybe,
love
Bella?
to roll on target athlete.
I would love if you would roll on target athlete. Get it on target.
And 15.
Absolutely. You do a really decent job. Lots of, I almost said hole in ones. bullseyes, lots of bullseyes,
Nice.
many buckets, bro.
So many goals.
So many goals.
Sliding
Uh,
across that ice, y'all.
Yeah, and she notices and is impressed and kind of goes, "Wow, okay, see you tomorrow." Amazing.
Good job, Zeke. That was so great. Wow, so impressive.
Wow. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for that compliment.
You're
I
so
appreciate it.
welcome.
That's so nice of you.
Great.
Wow. When did you get so good at giving compliments? That's new. Wow. Guess
Wow.
life-changing experiences happen for everybody, huh?
In her head, Lorelai is like convinced that they are no longer friends because they're fighting over her.
Absolutely, yes.
That's what it's
That's funny.
Stunning. I
Me.
love this.
Love that.
Oh, by the way, Kayla, as you're halfway out the door, she goes, do you mind the memorabilia? It's like a thing. The owner likes sports.
Crap. Yeah, no problem. And she awkwardly takes off the helmet and is like sweating underneath, so her hair is all matted now. And then she like awkwardly takes off the jersey, but gets stuck taking off the jersey and like bumps into something on the way.
She'll help you
Corey-
if
Corey
you'll
help.
have her. Oh, okay, Corey will help.
You're doing great,
Corey,
Kayla.
Thank you.
And Corey also is like, fuck it. And takes the locket out of the handkerchief and just like puts it on, tucks it under her shirt, and gives Kayla the bandana.
Just
She's so
towel
sweaty. And also like, and it can be a disguise, whatever. Is what he says to you.
Thanks.
No sweat. Cause
Oh, cause I'm sweating all right. Yeah. That's funny.
Great. Well, let's go.
I'm good. Yeah, cool.
All right. So everybody roll a whatever active trait you would like to roll for sneaking away from our roaming coach Joe.
I'm gonna do follow the conductor because I'm gonna follow whatever Corey does.
Love.
I'm gonna do criminal.
Criminal classic.
Virtuoso,
Why?
because I'm good at everything.
I'm looking at your character sheet now.
Because I'm great at everything.
Hmm. Let's
I'm a fucking prodigy.
I
Iconic.
would use pitch perfect instead of virtuoso for your just because I feel like virtuoso is very specific to music a little bit. Precision I feel like can go in pitch perfect.
I'm gonna roll check the boxes as we are adjacent to Bourbon Street.
Mhm.
We're not actually there.
That's a
It's-
10.
Even if we get caught.
I
Yep.
got a 10 also.
That's a 6 for
10.
me.
Gonna roll for Joe.
I got a 17. I am following Corey to the letter.
Great. Who got under a 9? Anyone?
That's me.
That's you. Okay, so what just happened was you're at the tail end of the squad as you're leaving, and Coach Joe exits a bar, holding a beverage in a
Mhm.
red solo cup.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it
He
classy.
sees you turn the corner, starts to walk towards you, stumbles a little bit, looks at his cup, downs his cup, and starts after y'all. I'm gonna need everybody to roll a speeding to the hotel check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Coach Joe his at a disadvantage because
Sure.
he is, as the kids say, wasted.
Love that.
So this
I'll
one
go-
time at Helena Camp, hi CS Graham, welcome. We're running away from our drunk coach who's on Bourbon Street in
Nice.
Collins. And I keep
I'm gonna
forgetting to do a
roll-
southern accent, which is hilarious because I was literally born in Georgia.
I'm sure.
What should I do for this?
An active trait, let's see here. I would say at this point, I would go opera diva princess because this is a
Okay.
very dramatic moment in the movie of your
Yeah.
life. In the opera of your
Yeah.
life, this is a thing.
I'm
Um,
pretending. That
okay.
it's part of my New Orleans opera that I have to write.
Yeah, for sure.
That's gonna
I
be
feel like-
iconic.
Yeah, I feel like this is unfortunately Golden Child, which I have 1d6 in, because she's really trying to be like, I need to be there so that I have plausible deniability.
Wow. Okay.
Rolled a 10 with on target athlete. I am
Okay.
not warmed up. I'm not stretched.
I
Your
rolled a 10
hammies.
with criminal.
Okay. Did
22,
anybody
baby.
get under a 6?
Yes, Helena, I did.
What'd you roll? What'd you roll?
I mean, I think what's important is that it's under a 6, right?
Oh,
That's,
what is
that's
that?
the important thing, right?
Can I know as a sequel?
Yo, a natty one.
Baby girl.
Literally
oh
the only time you
no.
can roll in that
Oh.
one in this game.
That's
Oh,
funny.
shit.
Can I use my roll for initiative trait to help?
Sure, but you're gonna have to be a 10.
Oof.
I think in the movie of this, it's when Kayla stumbles and
Yep.
almost falls to the cobblestones.
Yeah.
I guess it's not cobblestones, it's asphalt, but it's like broken up
Sure.
asphalt because it's not taken care of.
It's a 5.
That's a 5. Okay. Kayla takes you with her.
Oh no.
Down.
Kayla's supposed
Okay.
to-
Now I'm gonna use my amazing 22 opera diva princess to be like, no, my friends, and like slow mo. And, like,
Roll opera diva.
Yes, Lorelai.
Roll for it. Roll for it. I need you to beat a 10.
Easy. That's like 13, 14, 15, 18, 20.
Great. So, what do you do to help them up?
I reach down and like forearm to forearm on both of them and I like pull them up and we're like, let's go.
Amazing. Okay, I'm gonna roll for Coach Joe to see if he saw this at all. He might not catch up to you, but he might have seen this.
I'm gonna try to recruit you for sports.
He is. Like, wow, the
My
arm
life.
strength on that broad.
Really?
All right, so he rolled an 11. He definitely sees this, but you all make it anyway. You get enough headway that you get back to the hotel.
Round out. He won't remember.
Probably not. Probably not. Poor Coach Joe. He's had a hard life. A whole backstory that no one will ever know because this is one
Sure.
shot. One shots are hard.
So
Audience
far.
members, I'll just have you know. Each one of these characters has a really deep backstory and there's no time. Excellent. So you make it back to the hotel. Your room assignments are Kayla and Lorelai are together and because gender norms. And Corey and Zeke are rooming together, which is probably hilarious as you both despise each other. And for time's sake, we'll say that everybody sleeps so well. Everybody has, you kind of have a shared dream. And you all feel when you wake up, as if you yourself had been chanting the words Abre Camino, Abre Camino, Abre Camino all night long. And you wake up with that on your mouth. Like, I don't know if anybody else does this, but I wake up singing sometimes. I have like a song in my head.
I don't, but
It's-
can I actually share the most Pride Month appropriate thing? There was a period of my life where I was watching a lot of RuPaul's Drag Race. And I was
I know
not
where you're going.
good at tongue popping.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd been practicing.
I don't know where you're going. Never mind.
And at one point, I had a dream where I was practicing, and I guess I started doing it, and I tongue popped myself awake. Like I woke myself.
Just that muscle memory kicked in.
That is the most iconic thing I've heard in my fucking life.
Happy Pride
Holy
Month.
shit.
Happy
Yeah.
Pride, everyone.
I am just amazed. Well, my Pride Month version of that is that this morning I woke up singing Padam.
Yes.
It's in my
Yes.
head. It won't leave. I can't get it out of my head. Another Kylie joke. Excellent. So you all wake up kind of with this like weird gibberish thing.
Excuse me, can I use Opera Diva Princess because I know a bunch of romance languages to decipher what that means.
Sure, you can.
14.
Hold on. Let me just look at something real quick. I want to make sure I have it correctly. Okay, so it is Spanish, and you know it means open the way.
Yes, all the Spanish
Abre,
to Carmen.
open, Camino. Yeah, you would know it from studying Carmen, your dream role. Means open the way. And you all wake up feeling rather rested. And if you would like, you go downstairs and you see your friend in another collection of swishy, beautiful skirts. Today, she's all in blue. Just like blue on blue on blue on blue. It's like mismatched blue, but it somehow works because she's like really cool, whatever. Anyway, what do?
Weird
Coffee
day
beignet.
already.
First
Mhm.
stop.
Coffee and
Absolutely.
beignets. Great. So she'll take you to Cafe Du Monde, and you'll have the freshest of the beignets, as it is quite early in the morning. It's around 8:30. And there's coffee, like chicory coffee. Very strong, very good though, if you would like it.
I'll get like the strongest cup of coffee I can, and I'll just
Amazing.
vibrate for the rest of the day.
I'm fucking wired, baby.
Perception to the nines.
Amazing. Do you want to make a perception check on your
I
coffee?
would love to. Yeah.
Coffee enthused perception. Anybody is welcome to that. This one is a tricky one, but I would love to see what you
11.
roll. Okay.
15, please.
Okay.
15
10.
ounces of coffee.
And
16.
all right, so Kayla and Zeke, as you're walking from the coffee place to the house, which is not too far, it's kind of close to Jackson Square. You can look up the house, actually, it's quite nice. You notice a unmarked black car following you slowly, not obvious, like clearly trying not to get in your way, but following kind of in the direction you are. Yeah.
I don't want to alert anyone, but I think there's a car following us.
Is it your
Oh my
turn?
god. Is it an El Camino? Side note. What Corey thought he was dreaming about was the El Camino car,
Yep.
which I did look up and was in production in this time.
Chevrolet.
And
That's
so
funny.
yeah, he was like, it felt significant. So maybe I'm gonna see something to do.
I'm gonna ask Lisette if there's any way we can like take the back roads that cars can't go down.
Yeah. She will kind of show you this back road, being like, "Oh, this is my auntie's house. We can just like go by the backyard and like get out on this other street." And she will kind of trail you along that way. You will lose sight of the car. Did anyone want to make any other perception checks on the car that was following?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna use criminal.
Sure. Yeah.
To if there are like shop windows, to check the reflection of the shop window to see what details I can get from the car rather than looking at it directly behind me.
Ooh, yeah. So as you're going along, there are a couple of shops that are opening now, and there's like a small like root work shop that's opened up nearby, and the
Come on, work.
person is opening. Yes, root work. I mean, we're in New Orleans.
Yes.
They open up the shutters
Okay,
on
research.
the outside, I did so much research.
I
y'all. Like, went-
see it in your words. You are getting your flowers. You are getting your flowers tonight.
Thank
Continue,
you,
please.
I appreciate it. I was
Yes.
like, I want
I was
to.
like,
I don't
okay,
want to do
I
anything
see it. I
disrespectful.
see
I want to
it.
know what I'm talking about. But the person is like outside, and they open up the shutters, and you look in the windows through the other windows via proxy, and you see two people in black suits, black ties, black sunglasses, arguing what looks like over a comically large map. Just kind of like, no, it's this way, no, it's this way. And it's like, the car is inching slowly along, probably dangerously, but it's slow enough that it's like not going to do any damage if it hits anyone or anything, as they're trying to follow you while looking at this map. That is what you see.
Here come the men in black.
It's probably fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, big G-men vibes.
Yeah. Anyone else want to do
Warm up,
anything
yeah.
before you?
Big G man lackey vibes of the
Would
order.
it, can I see if it's an unmarked car?
Yes,
'Cause that
you
would
can
tell me if
definitely
it's,
tell
like-
it's an unmarked car. It doesn't really have. It has like plates from out of
Okay.
town,
Mhm.
but it doesn't look real. Like it looks clearly very fake.
So it's okay, because I was thinking inside of that or like mob stuff, but I feel like if it's an unmarked car, we're like looking more at like police, government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
vibe.
it's more unmarked car than mob in your experience of being a drug dealer. Cool. So y'all break into you go into the backyard of Lisette's auntie, and she's like out on the porch having coffee and goes, "Oh hey," and waves to you as you're like going across like Ferris Bueller style. Hopping a couple fences, running through a couple of backyards, a little kid going as you pass. Like it's all sorts of comedic because
Peace signs
we
with the
love
kid as we go by.
peace signs. You taught an ancient Capuchin monk about the peace sign, just so you know. If you die today,
True.
you at least did that. So you go.
That's
you,
canon.
High fives.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Exactly. So you get to the house on St. Peter Street. The car that was following you is nowhere in sight. And it's a gray slab building. Here, I'm gonna read you what I wrote because I think it's fine. It's a gray slab building with a terracotta colored trim, a 3-step stoop, dark wood shuttered windows, and an old decorative wood paneling overhang. There's some kind of lacy woodwork holding up the roof, but it does look kind of old, like it's in disrepair. Yeah. And that's the house. You come to the front of it. Thoughts, concerns, questions, bad jokes,
Many concerns.
many concerns.
I think part of me is like do a vibe check, but part of me is like, do we like maybe we turn to Lisette for that, or like
Yeah, you could if you wanted.
evil? Fine.
Lisette will.
Complicated?
What'd you say?
Complicated?
Up to
Complicated.
code.
OSHA
Lisette
violations?
will. Oh my god, OSHA violation for sure. Like definitely
no.
crumbling foundation situation going on here. But she will at the doorway, kind of just like place her hand on the door and close her eyes as she did with her with the lucky amulet. She takes a deep breath and she goes, I'm trying to think how she would say this.
Lokanaman, namanatamatam, elokanaman.
Literally, it's Elphaba. It's me.
Shut your mouth.
I'll free myself out.
I don't even know how to read.
She'll
That was
say,
brilliant.
"The proof is on the second floor. There is good and bad here." And then she opens her eyes, looking a little like annoyed that she said what she said. Oh, thank you, CS Graham. Inspiration. Okay, so we don't really have inspiration in this game, but you get to choose tracking errors here. Let me show you what they are. You're welcome to choose one, and you're still, that's not tracking error 1. Error. Nope.
Error.
Wow. See, I corrected myself and made it
Asterisk.
incorrect. I've done that so many times today. Ask Smuggles. Like, I've literally been correcting myself all day. Wait, I did it again.
I got it.
Thank you.
I got it.
Because I always want to be like, typo, asterisk means typo.
Right.
Thank you.
There she
Thank you so
is.
much. And this is why you got to keep a Smoggle around. If you can afford it, keep a Smoggle around. Got to feed him and
They bring
tell
luck.
him he's pretty. Yeah, he does bring luck. So much good luck.
Yeah, that's very specific. Just
Feed
feed me
him, tell him
food.
he's pretty. No, tell him he's pretty and smart and cute. I'm madly in love. All right, here we go. So if you wanted to choose something on there, you're welcome to. If you don't want to choose something, I will use the inspiration as just a helping hand situation for Kayla's or Sam's character, Kayla.
No, it was to Zeke for
Oh, to Zeke. I'm
for
sorry.
for the wicked
Oh,
reference.
thank you.
Excellent. For the wicked reference.
Or
Excellent.
for the word scramble.
Word
Please do
scramble.
Helping
not.
hand. Okay, it's a helping hand. Thank you.
Thank you for
Ryan.
enabling me. Yes,
Yes.
enable.
It's gonna become very helpful very shortly.
Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, so she
Oh,
says
did I use
the-
my helping hand too early? Oops.
you did what
Never
you
mind.
did. The proof is upstairs. There is good and bad here, is what she says in her detect good and evil. So,
Okay, so that was pretty cool, honestly. If we're trying to start off on the right foot here, perhaps we should have our charming opera star set us off on the right foot. If you'd be so kind.
Zeke, you know exactly what buttons to push. All right. And I go up and I knock on the door.
Excellent. You go up and knock on the door, and the door just swings open, just like with a thwack on the opposite wall.
Hello?
There's no door jam.
Hello? Hello?
I don't hear anything.
Let's just let ourselves in. We were told to come here. It's fine.
You
if
go
there's
in?
no one here- yeah, let's go inside.
Cool.
Yeah.
So as you walk in, do you close the door behind you, or do you leave it open?
No.
No. Excellent. You leave the door.
Give me
open.
Wait.
Holy fucking
Matter of
God.
fact, I don't close the door behind me.
That's
Yeah.
why I asked. Okay.
Really?
So you leave the door open behind you as you walk in. There's a tiny little entryway with a place where there are a couple of pairs of shoes here. It looks like men's shoes. A pair of slippers is also here, just kind of like nondescript navy, older slippers, probably stanky, because you know how fluffy slippers get after a couple years. And there's a little like hat rack that has a bowler hat, a gray flat cap, and a trench coat hanging from it, and a bathrobe. And
Tap.
you walk in? Question mark?
Yes. Because I'm like, that's the guy. That's the guy's hat. I know a hat when I see one. I know it, and that's an ugly hat, so I remember it.
Amazing.
It's kind
So-
of ugly, not gonna lie.
I'd like to
She
use my
nasty.
ugly hat proficiency.
Yeah. Roll for hat.
It's true.
Happy Pride. Hats are
Hat to
gay.
pee pride.
I've decided. So you walk in, and next to the little entryway is a living room that has a like a kind of shabby looking couch, fireplace.
Yeah, let's
A-
drag this guy's house.
Yeah, let's really
Yeah.
drag the house. of another
Character
person that needs
assassination.
your help.
I'm kidding.
A like wooden table in the corner. There's like a little stereo system. But everyone, go ahead and make me a perception check about this room. if you don't mind.
Also, Megan Dawson Jaffe, thank you so much for donating to Trans Lifeline.
Yes.
Appreciate it so much. Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. Let us know if you want us to use it for good or evil. I'm going to put our tracking error options. I'm sure you already know about them.
Dorito.
In our chat. Let us know how you want to use this. We're doing something special with the tracking errors for this stream.
You said perception, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me know.
Maybe it's the coffee, but that's a 17.
Yeah. So
Maybe it's
with-
Maybelline.
yeah, maybe it's
Could
Maybelline.
be.
If you got above like a 7, sorry. You I just wanted to make sure everybody was awake. You notice that there is like a thin film of dust over everything in this living room, as if nobody's been here for quite a while. Yeah. Okay, we're using it for good. Are we feeling like helping hand or a jump cut as far as good? What do we
I
want to
think
do?
you're giving Lorelai a fucking bone here.
Okay, Lorelai, I don't
No,
think
Lorelai's
has
fine.
any. Feel free to have Lorelai. Hashtag save Lorelai.
The homie.
So yeah, so you walk in and it's rather dusty in here. There's just kind of a thin film of grime on everything. Yeah, if you keep walking in, it's a nice place, but it's just kind of shabby. It's definitely older. The walls are kind of wooden. It's nice, but kind of falling apart. No chili on the walls in this living room, if you were curious
Okay.
about that.
Well,
There's
the chili's on the second floor, so.
Oh, sure.
there's then a small kitchen next to that living room that's like also quite nondescript. There's a little light fixture in there, storage, and
love a kitchenette.
stove. Yeah, definitely a kitchenette. Definitely kind of a small house. You get the feeling that this is like a on the lower income side of housing here. At least for New Orleans. It's different in every single place you go, but I will say housing prices in New Orleans right now are very steep, which is interesting.
Got more space than me.
Yeah.
Do we see any painting supplies? I'm just kind of
Yeah.
curious.
No painting supplies on this floor. You just see the living room, that kitchen, and then there is a bedroom that you guess off to the left, but the door is closed. So it's like the living room is the main place, the kitchen's off to the right, and this closed door that you would assume is a bedroom is on the left side of things.
Can Kayla just look back and see if the front door that we left open is still open?
Yeah, it's kind of like swaying a little bit.
Yeah. Great. Kayla turns to Corey and goes, "Okay, so I think I feel like maybe this wasn't the painting gig that we were promised it was, and I feel like based on the night before, if there may be I'm realizing there might have been some issues with what we were offered. So I just wanted to say I think you're right. This may not have been the best idea, but also 2 strikes that we can clear."
Okay, with that, the door slams shut, and you hear a heavy breathing from behind you, just like this panting, just
Okay, from behind her or from behind me?
closer to the door behind all y'all.
So no one is facing it.
No one's facing the door, but the door has slammed, and there's now this heavy panting.
Is there any objects that I could grab nearby?
Yeah, you can grab, there's like a lamp on one of the like side tables next to a couch. And there was, she has no neck, only shoulders. She has to turn her whole body. Yep. I literally did that earlier. It was like, you can't turn your
Yes.
entire head. You have peripherals. Okay. It's because I like to play God. But yeah, you can grab a lamp. There's a lamp next to you. Yeah. Does anybody else want to grab anything at this moment of hearing the door slam and the panting begin behind you?
Yeah, I'm definitely getting that
I
plan.
think I will always have my Swiss Army knife
Mm-hmm.
in my boot.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna go to grab that. The coat. You're too far away from the coat.
Yeah.
So the coat, you've left the entryway. There are, here, I'll tell you what else is there. There are books on the table. nondescript books because I haven't thought of what they would be. There is, if you're closer to the fireplace, if you wanted a fireplace poker, you could grab one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Kayla's
else?
definitely grab whatever the thickest book is. Probably
Excellent.
a
It's like
dictionary or
a dictionary.
encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia Britannica
Yeah.
R. It's the R section,
Yeah.
or one of the R sections. And do any of you turn around to the source of the panting?
Yes.
All right. You see Lisette on the ground, kind of convulsing, and she puts out a hand to try to like talk to you. And you see her nails growing at a very disturbing rate. Her entire body is shifting. You hear bones cracking and breaking as a like puddle of drool begins forming on the carpet below her.
Kayla,
Actions.
Kayla, your cross.
Nice.
Get the cross out. Your cross.
Kayla drops the book and holds the cross out.
Okay, and then
No.
and then we go.
I'm putting this lamp through the nearest
do I
window
take
and
the-
I'm jumping.
Do I keep the cross out or do I run?
Give me the cross. I take the cross. I run over.
Ah!
She's in
to
front of the door,
Lisette.
though. How are we getting out? Are we going up the
Window,
stairs?
lamp,
No, I'm going to Lisette.
through window.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's a choice.
Okay.
the cross.
We'll start with Corey. What is your action?
I'm just gonna like put the cross on her, or like on her body. Like I wanted to touch her.
Okay. So you place the cross on her body and it just kind of falls off onto the ground. Because you're close to her, you hear her saying, "No, don't. It's on the way. It's on the way. Run. Find it. It's upstairs. It's upstairs. I saw it. I saw it."
What is it? What is it?
She's like shifting and bones are cracking. For dramatic sake,
Prayer?
we're going to
Prayer?
our
Does
next.
anyone know a prayer? Do we
We're
know a
going
prayer?
to Kayla.
Hail Mary.
Kayla's gonna be like, second floor. I see thing here. This is terrible. I've lost cross, but whatever
I
it
pick
is
up
on
the
the
cross.
second
I
floor.
pick the cross
and
back
then
up once it doesn't work.
and then Kayla like just remembers, be brave. And Kayla like turns towards the stairs, towards the second floor.
So
and
there
takes a
aren't any
deep breath.
stairs.
There are no
Your
stairs.
options are the kitchen and the closed, what you guess is a bedroom door,
Okay.
which is really mean.
So there
But
are no.
it's the way I wrote this. I'm so
Wait.
sorry.
So there's no. Yeah. So
There
Kayla
are
goes
no visible stairs to the upstairs.
Yeah. Kayla goes looking like, great stairs, and looks and there's no stairs and goes fuck.
Yep. Kayla said a bad word.
Before she can make any decisions, I feel like Lorelai sees the bedroom door and just grabs Kayla's hand and runs.
Yeah, if you'll allow it, Kayla.
Yeah.
Is that all right? Okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
And-
Definitely.
Zeke, what is Zeke's action? What do we think?
Seeing them start to go, I'll take the lamp with me because I still like the idea of throwing it at something, maybe not the window. If we need to go upstairs as she's fighting whatever this is, and I say to Corey, come on, dude, we gotta go. And I will wait until, like, I'm not gonna leave Corey.
I
We've got our
panic
beef,
for
but,
like a second because I don't want to leave her. I reach down and I grab the cross and I say, we'll come back for you. Because this didn't work.
Yeah. She looks up at you, like her head had been like on, like facing the ground. And she looks up at you, and it looks as if the bones in her face are reforming into a
Ooh.
longer snout.
Oh.
Her eyes have turned a bright gold, and her pupils are now slits. And she
Nope.
looks at you, and in the kind of little bit of humanity she has left, it looks pleading. And all she can really let out at that point is a. I think that did my mic cut that out?
Discord
Part of
did
it.
cut that
Discord
out
did
because
cut
it was
that.
probably like it was like
Howl.
this is too scary for everyone.
This is
We're
messed
gonna
up. Yeah.
Discord
It
is
was-
afraid.
a howl of pain. And at this point, I'm just going to quickly check in.
Yeah.
All right, we good? Okay, excellent. So yeah, she looks up pleadingly as it seems her bones are shifting and changing under her face.
Great.
Oh my god, she's a kangaroo.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
She's a roo-roo.
Gotta go.
I grab the cross and I run to the, and I say, I'll come back for you. And then I run to the room.
Excellent.
Okay.
So y'all run to the room. The door is unlocked.
Fuck yeah. Let's
Oh
go.
thank God.
So you get
Didn't
into
even
the
think to check
room.
that.
I'm imagining you slam the door shut. It is the room has like this like deep red carpeting. There is like wood paneling on the walls. There is a bed, and you look and see a very anxious looking kind of thin, scrawny, slightly underfed looking person chained to the bed with like a long thing that he can like move around. So it's like a long chain. There is an uneaten there's like an uneaten slice of pizza and like a crust on a plate. And he's sitting on the bed and he has like a kind of scraggly brown hair. He's wearing just like a white tank top and some jeans. And he turns to you and goes, "Did Lisette bring you?"
Ah!
Oh, Benny, yeah.
Okay. If she's started, then I probably don't have a whole lot of time. You gotta get upstairs through here, and he points to a closet in the corner of the room. He goes, "Through here. You gotta go up." And this sounds insane. I'm sorry, you're just kids. Hi, I'm Lou. I'm Lou Gardner. It's nice to meet you. But I need you to do this for me and Lisette, please. There is it's a box. It's a box upstairs, and you can see that he is having a hard time speaking as his bones begin to shift.
Box,
And,
got it. Thanks,
change.
bye. Dashing, full sprint. I will not
Amazing.
wait for him to finish.
I'm listening to the end just to see
Okay.
until it was like, I really do
Sure.
have to go because you're
Yeah.
hulking out.
And he goes, Lisette and I we can't touch it. It's protected. You gotta shut it down. Shut the whole thing down. And he's shaking and trembling and starts sweating as fur starts sprouting visibly from his shoulders. And he goes, "Go." And he lets out a large howl to the sky that almost shakes the entire room. And from almost in response, you hear a second howl that does not sound like Lisette's howl that you heard earlier. A second, longer, more guttural howl of want.
Did it sound above us?
Let's
Huh?
go during the
Did
daytime.
it sound
It's
like
gonna
it
be
was
so
above
bad.
us?
It sounded like it was outside.
Oh, during the
For
daytime.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm
go.
holding at the top of whatever this is to like guard the room so that people are safe to come in.
Great. So you open up the little closet that Lou mentioned, and there is
Brandishing
a very
lamp.
Good. Oh yeah, you have the lamp.
Yeah, I took that
Everybody
shit.
has a weapon. Good job, everyone.
Nope, I
there
no
is
longer
a-
have a weapon. I dropped my book and ran.
Oh, that's true. You can grab a
It's
pizza
okay.
crust if you want.
I give you your cross. I give you your cross.
I have a
back.
cross. I'm ready.
And I give her my rat tail comb, and I keep the fire poker.
Wow, iconic.
Terrified, hyped up on caffeine, but also kicking myself for wishing for an adventure before this trip happened, but also
Yeah.
a little excited, but mostly scared.
Also, it's like 9 a.m.
Yeah.
It's too early in the morning.
Man,
yeah.
this is a Wendy's.
This is a Wendy's. So there is a very narrow, steep spiral staircase in this closet made of that wrought iron. It's not fancy. It's very utilitarian looking. But it does seem to go up to some sort of attic room of the house. Do you go?
It seems
I-
at least like a spiral staircase would be hard for like a dog person to go up.
Yeah, fair.
I look at the group. I recognize how athletic y'all are. This would be nice under different circumstances. And I run up.
Mhm.
So
Great,
if something hits
so-
me, it'll hit me first. Hopefully.
Oh, that's very sweet. So you run up and into what looks like an attic room. It's rather small. There are some like boxes and like Christmas decorations and ornaments and Easter decor and Mardi Gras, like little boxes in the corner for like, because everybody keeps their holiday stuff in the attic. And on the other, what's that?
Said too many boxes.
Too many boxes. At least it's not in a bathroom in Mar-a-Lago. Topical.
Wow.
She's still got it.
Come on, Treason.
Come on, Treason. We love to see it. Happy Pride. This is a win.
True.
So on the other side, adjacent or across from rather, the boxes is a wooden kind of plywood table, kind of similar to what you would see for like a workstation for like carpentry or just normal workbench style things. And on it are too many candles. There are large pillar candles, some of which are like 3 feet tall. All are kind of an ebony color. But as the wax drips, it drips a deep red.
Were these lit?
They are lit. The ones that are still is lit.
Hey.
There's too much wax. And in the center, they're kind of like arranged in a semicircle. In the center, there is a box of just kind of a deep cherry wood situation. And there are herbs surrounding it of some sort.
So that's the box. Go ahead.
I feel like one of the things that Kayla tends to do before she does any trip is she researches the town that she's going to beforehand.
Okay.
So I do want to check to see if she might have recognized any of the herbs.
Ooh. The thing is, let me roll something real quick. This is like pure luck roll.
Yeah.
Because these herbs may not be native.
Right. Yeah. That mainly if they're local. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't recognize the herbs. However, in your kind of looking up things about New Orleans, about culture and like spirituality and root work and stuff, you recognize that they are in the middle of some sort of protective situation. I'll give you that. Yeah.
These seem to be in some sort of protective shape. I'm not sure what that...
Like they're protecting the box from somebody fucking with it.
It's either protecting the fox or protecting the box or protecting us from the box.
That's why I'm having a dilemma. Do we disturb this thing? He told us to shut it down.
Does anyone want to do a perception check of the room just to get
I would love to. Because like while y'all have this conversation, I would love to secure our escape route. Like if we need to go out like the side of a window, if there's an escape or something.
Great. So you're looking for an escape route. Does anybody else want to do a perception check of a flavor of any kind?
I would like to test if because usually circles of this ilk are to prevent something from like, they basically prevent create a cylinder so that something can't get in. So I just want to like reach through if it's like, oh, we can't even access it. Or if there's a way we can reach around without disturbing the actual barrier.
Sure.
This is happening. I feel like I'm just going to point out that Lysette was like the most genuine person we've met on this journey. So I'm like, okay, if she says that we should be doing this, then probably it's a good idea.
Cool. So let's do, what did you roll for finding an escape route?
Big old juicy 8.
Okay. Well, what you did see was there's like a small circular window that could fit like a torso through if you needed to. At the kind of, it faces the front of the house.
Sure.
So if you could get onto that roof, there's like kind of an awning of a roof. So
like over like the porch situation that we could like shimmy down.
Yeah.
Then as they're doing that, I'll just like open that, get that ready in case we need to book it.
Cool.
Is there a way, feel free to say no, that I could look and recognize anything from running Dungeons and Dragons games.
Ooh.
Like Dungeons and Dragons,
Yeah. So, roll me a perception check. And Kayla, what did you roll for your looking to see about
10.
10? What trait did you use? Was it just perception, right?
It was just perception. I
Okay,
mean,
that's
all
fine.
of my perceptions are 3s.
Okay. So you put your hand well, actually tell me what you do so that I'm
So
Get
she kind of goes up to the circle and just does a tentative like reach forward a little bit, see if she hits anything solid, and then reach forward a little more and just keep an eye on if her hand that she's reaching forward suddenly sets a light or something like
Yeah.
that. Or
You
if
would
it's
notice.
yeah, I feel like I would notice that. But it's mostly just to see, is it this like a thing where we could theoretically like reach over and open, or do we have to disturb the barrier in
herbs.
order to reach the box itself?
Right. So as you reach your hand out, the second that it passes the kind of unseen barrier of the herbs going up, you hear that same guttural howl not belonging to Lisette. However, this time it is inside the house and you hear it distinctly below you. But your hand is undisturbed and you would be able to open the box if you would like.
Okay.
Corey, roll me your GM roll, or tell me what you rolled. Did you listen?
I rolled. Okay, actually, what I want to check.
Okay.
I have two things I kind of want to do.
Okay.
I sort of want to check and make sure that there is no one else up here with us, because
Okay.
we didn't really do that. And there's a bunch of boxes. It seems like there are like places where a person could be hiding.
Totally.
And I rolled a 10.
You rolled a 10 for seeing where people are hiding. So you take a look around. You do not see anybody. You don't hear anybody except for your group.
Okay. The other thing I kind of want to do is the door we came up, is it a like push up door?
Yeah. It's like an attic door style situation.
Okay. Once I hear that howl, I do want to like close it and put some of these decorations box on top of it.
Totes.
Good idea.
Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. Lorelai, was there anything you wanted to do up here?
I feel like I pieced a piece of things together and I'm scared. I feel like it's Father Martin and he's been hiding this enclave of thingy dingies from us.
Is there
To be
anything you
fair-
wanted to do to look around for evidence?
Heck of the thingy
Yes.
dingies.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Sure.
I'm
Okay,
looking
roll
for
me.
Father Martin shit.
Yeah, roll me an active trait to look for that. Perception would be the looky looks. We're doing a lot of
Okay.
perception in this game, but I feel like it requires it.
Yeah.
Not the thingy dingies.
I mean, it's the fucking thingy dingies. The thing.
Love
The
it.
thing. I'm like yelling this as everybody's
Yeah.
doing stuff. I'm like, "Those are the fucking things. It's the things."
I don't know what that means.
Ah, just screaming.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 9.
Okay, so what you do find, you open a drawer on the like workbench, and there is a ripped out piece of paper that looks like it was kind of tossed away and discarded, but it ended up in a drawer. And I'm gonna read something to you.
Ooh.
I have found in my experiments that in order to contain and command the creature's pure desire, one must remove a piece of the most recent victim's body from its resting place. I have placed the left toe of the victim of the creature in a small box surrounded by powdered wolfsbane so that Lou cannot attempt to regain his agency without recoiling in pain. He has grown most stubborn for his freedom and for the regaining of his power, so I have locked him up for his own good. I have begun calling this power, this pure desire, the howl, as it represents hunger and longing. The 4 children chosen at random from the roster will be my next experiment. What is more suggestible than children? How will their howls manifest? And how can they be used to right the wrongs of my city?
Oh no, it's us.
That's kind of cool, though. Oh, that's kind
Well,
of cool.
could have been any randomly chosen 4 children. Could have
Oh,
been,
body pills.
Max.
Do you read this out
and
loud, or is
Sarah.
that just like to you?
We
You
have
say
to
it
get
out
him
loud or
his
do you-
toe. Oh, but yeah, I'm reading this
That-
out loud. I'm screaming it while everybody's doing shit. I'm like, oh my god, it's Father Martin. He's experimenting with these people. We have to get him his toe, you guys.
Amazing.
So that's
Wait.
the toe?
So then the whole thing that led us here, that guy with the cap, he was a bad guy.
Oh man.
No, he just wanted to show us who the real bad guy was.
I,
He
I
just
don't-
wants his toe back.
he- I- the toe should go to the lost and found or something. They don't let werewolves into the Olympics. Okay?
So we need to grab this toe and then bring it immediately back to Lou? No, not Lou.
Yeah.
To Johnny? We need to bring it back to Johnny and find Johnny's grave and return the toe to Johnny's grave.
You hear another loud guttural howl and what sounds like fighting below, a kind of cacophony of howls, if you will. You also, Zeke, you were standing by the window. You see the unmarked car pull up.
Is there anything aerodynamic nearby?
Is there anything aerodynamic nearby? What do you mean by that? What do you want to do?
I want something that I would feel comfortable throwing at an eye or like any kind of thing that's like, I'm
There
a
is-
child.
If
I'm a
you said
child.
that out loud,
Yeah, I would
looked
say
at
that
you
out
for a
loud. Like
second,
something I can throw. Like anything.
and I show you my Swiss Army knife.
I could
And you
do.
know that this knife means a lot to me, but that I also trust your athletic ability. So I give it to you.
Full on like Lord of the Rings level of like brothers in arms, like
Beautiful.
we've had our shit.
Forgiveness.
It's time. Yeah, like if we get through this, we'll see.
All
You know.
right. What would you like to do with your new weapon? Anything?
Just like ready in case something comes through and tries to bite one of these people or me.
Okay.
They're getting a knife to the eye.
Cool. So you, as you're kind of like readying your weapon, you hear the fighting below stop, and a door open, and another door open. You're not quite sure from where, and then you begin to hear kind of a gurgling sound.
I want to look out the window. Nothing's
the
crawling
window.
up. Nothing's crawling up towards us.
Out the window, you see two people in black suits exit the unmarked van, one of them yelling at the other one kind of rolling their eyes, readying one of the largest weapons you've ever seen, probably a gun of some sort. I don't care to know anything about them. They begin to walk towards the house as this gurgling gets louder and louder.
Y'all, there are people outside with guns.
So should I grab the toe now and we run?
I think so.
Toe. Toe.
I just
Totes.
open the box and check that there's a toe in there.
You open the box, and there is a left big toe
Oh,
in
there's a left
the
toe in
box.
there. Yep.
It's surrounded by some nondescript burnt herb of some kind. Potentially, like, you can kind of smell it. It smells like a chili or like a peppery kind of smell. Do you take the toe?
Well, first I thank Hearthsinger Games for donating to Trans Lifeline. So thank you, Hearthsingers.
Let us know what you wanna, how you wanna affect the game. We're getting to a bit of a head as far as the game goes.
Thank you, Safety Pin Meg, who says you guys are great. I hope you defeat the thingy dingies. I need all the sleep.
Thank
Go to
you.
sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. No worries.
So she's, based on what we had gotten, the wolfsbane was kind of doing something like that was
Mhm.
probably suppressing the power from the toe, right?
Well, what you guessed and what you kind of got from the journal thing. I'm sorry I don't have it like written so I could give
No,
it
it's
to
all
you.
good.
But what you kind of figured out is that the wolfsbane is to prevent Lou from getting to the toe.
Okay.
Lou being the second creature you met downstairs, chained to the bed, eating pizza.
Oh, to prevent Lou from
To
getting
prevent
to the toe.
Lou from getting the toe. Because
So-
as long as the person has, as long as somebody has a piece of the most recent creature's victim, they can control the howl of the creature, which maybe you've jumped to the conclusion that the thing that came to you that offered you all of your wishes is the howl of a creature. Is the thing that it wants, and that's the thing that would make a creature or a rougarou so powerful, is that enticement, that desire to bring someone to a place so that the rougarou could feast. That's
So we were
tricky
brought
answer.
here so that we could basically be trapped and eaten.
Mhm.
But if we can escape, bonus points. If we can return the left toe to maybe to Lou or to Johnny,
Yes.
then Lou might be free of whatever has happened.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I would say
yeah.
you get the feeling that returning it to the resting place of the body would remove the howl, would remove that kind of like gruesome ghost.
and that is definitely worth 2 strikes on our record for
Yeah.
being in trouble.
Yeah.
At least 3.
At least 3. So we got a bank. Perfect.
We're
Got a
getting
bank.
all this done before we have to get on the bus. So I mean, let's go.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Kayla grabs the box and is like, I have it. We just have to find Lou's casket. No, Johnny's casket.
Let's go.
Kayla, window.
Window.
Start like
Right.
waving people through.
As you say window, the boxes and the door fly open, and this too large, black, kind of shadowy creature exits as if made kind of like of a liquid. Its face, all it is one large, dripping maw of rows and rows of teeth.
Nope.
Checking it.
Yeah.
We're good. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Great.
Question.
Yes, but no.
Yeah. Dear storyteller running this game, quick question. Are these teeth sharp and pointy?
They are sharp and pointy.
I would like to add one more sharp and pointy thing right at just the back of that throat, right down the fucking
Yeah.
trachea, if I can.
Absolutely. As you're rolling that, you hear a very distinct voice that you all recognize as being from the stranger at the church. Say, but I have so many things I could give you.
I start rubbing the fire poker in that leftover wolf's bane that's on the ground.
Nice.
Amazing. Love that.
I'm like,
That's
that's
a
gotta be
14.
something.
Yeah.
What'd you roll, Dex?
14.
14. Okay, I'm gonna roll my creature roll here. 14. And that is a 4. That is a 9. Okay, so it makes purchase. You throw this knife into its maw. And it
Like trying to
staggers
lodge at the back of the mouth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it definitely does. And the mouth is its entire face, so like that is doable.
Sure.
It staggers back against the wall, and as it hits the wall, it almost like unforms and reforms. Actions from everybody. Let's start with Corey.
It forms and reforms.
Yeah. So it like hits the wall, it unforms and then reforms as it kind of gains its balance. Also, sorry we're going over a little bit. Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah.
We're wrapping up soon, I promise.
Corey looks around. And I'm gonna use Dungeon Master.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, I'm gonna start orchestrating, I think, a little bit. I'm gonna say, Zeke, get Kayla out of here safely. Lorelai. Hi.
Hi.
Okay. You have that? Do you feel like you can use that?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. I'll keep its attention, and when you feel like you have an opening, just stab it, and then we'll both run.
Okay. Great. I'm.
Should I roll for this?
Yeah, roll me your GM thing active for sure. Also, I want to say, Lorelai, we had a donation from RevStomp, and they said boon for Lorelai or jam up the Helix agents. So you get the boon. We're gonna do that. The
Yeah,
Helix
Melina?
agents are enough of a jam up already. I'm just saying. And they might not be Helix agents.
I rolled 20.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's almost as if everything stops and you go into your like mind palace for a moment and you calculate every single thing. It's like in the movie version of this, suddenly you're on like a grid board that you use in D&D, and there are minis, and you're moving each person into a spot. And as you're speaking these words, people are moving, and like with movie magic, it just like meshes with like this beautiful like swelling music as you make that
Opera.
plan. Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, absolutely. I think everybody gets the picture, and now you just have to make it work. So I would love all of us to make a plan roll here. And I need to roll another thing too.
How does the plan roll work?
So, sorry, I made it up. A plan roll. So I would love everybody to roll let's do, since we're kind of in a combat scenario, your highest active trait would be good here. Yeah. Because the howl is mad.
I couldn't just have a moving castle.
18.
17.
Hey, twins.
Great.
19.
Ooh,
17,
okay.
18, 19.
Y'all are fine. When you work together as a group, this is like one of the first times that you all feel like you're in the same group with each other, that you're almost like communicating without words here, even though our amazing GM told you exactly what to do, you knew to follow. So, it all like happens at one time. So, Lorelai picks up that spear, or the not spear, the poker for the fire with the wolf's bane rubbed on it, and goes to attack the creature. Roll me another combat check, so your highest active, real quick, just to see what it does to it.
I mean, it works. Opera Diva Princess. Like I am writing the finale of my opera.
Oh, wait, no, you rolled. I'm so sorry. You literally just rolled. You rolled a 17?
17.
Yeah.
But I just rolled higher. It's not that.
Sure. Yeah. At this point, story-wise, it makes sense. So you stab this thing, and it kind of like falters from existence for a moment and reforms. However, its limp is more pronounced. You see the leg is not even there anymore. So it's literally standing on one leg. How do you distract it? So, because that would also help here.
Yeah. I think I distract it by saying, hey, I think you have something of mine back there. And and I sort of do run around it to try to. I'm gonna try to get my switchblade out of the wall, and I'm hoping that it tracks me as I like make it turn around to follow me.
Yeah, absolutely. And what did you roll for that?
18.
Great. So I'm gonna do like our version of an opportunity attack here, which is just like another active roll. That is a 6. That is a 10. Wow, that really does not hit. He like turns at this point, has only one leg to stand on, and stumbles and falls to the ground. As it hits the ground, it unforms and reforms with like a kind of like guttural gasp. And let's see here, Zeke and Kayla. Zeke, you're trying to get Kayla out of here, right?
Yep, doing everything I can to help her get out as she's carrying box, whatever I can do to make this escape easier.
Great. And y'all rolled well enough that you definitely get the window open, and you do have a shot to get onto the roof. Is that what you were planning on doing? Just wanted to check.
Yep. Well, whichever exit was the exit out of here, that's where we're going.
Great. So y'all kind of shimmy out of this smaller window, and you're able to see, and you also hear the voices of what you can assume are the two people in black suits shouting at each other, and a little bit of a growling noise accompanying them from outside.
Kayla.
Feels like it's below.
Yeah, Kayla like is perfectly still as they're walking in, and like waits until the door closes before starting to try to make her way out off the roof.
So they're not walking in, they're walking out actually. So you peer down.
Out. Okay.
Yeah. So you can be like concealed here. They're distracted enough.
So in that case, I'm gonna wait until they get into the car and leave if they look like they're gonna do that.
So you see the two people in suits holding what looks like a nearly 7-foot tall anthropomorphic wolf wearing many beads around their neck. And you see them muscling this wolf into their car, into the back seat, yelling at each other, trying to get the wolf inside of the car. They're not having a great time at it because it's a really big creature.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is like, those are some brave government agents to be like, I'm just gonna wrestle this wolf into, or whatever they are, being like, I'm gonna wrestle this wolf into the back of my car.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like they're thoroughly distracted.
They are. Yeah.
So this might be the time for us to start.
Great.
Shimmying off the roof.
Great. So Zeke and Kayla are on the roof. I need some rolls for Lorelai and Corey to get onto the roof. You both are going to get like a quote opportunity attack if you're moving past the creature that is reformed on the floor. Oh wait, I think you're muted. Sorry.
Great. Let's go, baby. All right, so combat roll first.
Yeah. Let's do highest active for both of you to get out of there quickly without incurring that attack.
24.
Great. That's really, really good. Awesome. And Corey?
16.
Great. Okay. So Corey, you narrowly miss an arm that kind of like swipes at you. And Lorelai, you're well on your way to getting out the window. You successfully do. You're on that kind of roof ledge. And in that moment, you hear another set of footsteps in the attic room. And the creature kind of like stands up, turns around, and in the corner where the stairs were is another very tall wolf anthropomorphic creature wearing a tank top, because we have to, we have
Come on, tank top.
to show which ones it is.
The
The tank top is really
identifiable tank
elastic.
top.
Okay, we're on the spandex train.
Iconic.
And that wolf looks at you and kind of barks. You kind of understand it means go, like this kind of like big guttural sound. And it goes to attack the shadow with its claws. And its spittle is like flying. It's bloodied. And I need everybody to just roll 1d6 for me.
5.
Great. 5.
3.
Great. Okay. So you see this happening. It's incredibly violent, and that roll will come into fruition later. It is now your time to get away if you want to.
Yes.
Do I see that Corey is going to be able to make it out?
Yeah, you both make it out. Yeah, for sure. Corey just narrowly missed it, like literally by 1. You're out on the roof, and can I take story reins real quick since we are going over? I'm so sorry. You take the toe with you back to the church and replace it in the graveyard. And you might feel kind of silly doing it if not for a giggly capuchin monk standing by you saying, thank you. I mean, this is a step forward. Certainly. I mean, you could write a story about it. I definitely would. And having just like a wonderful chat, very one-sided perhaps at this point, as you are all exhausted, covered with blood splatters. Actually, no, nobody was except for Corey. And we like cut to the next day. Everybody's packing up on the bus on the way home. You're all sitting together this time, kind of in this like stunned silence and gratitude of being together and maybe rekindling old friendships, old relationships that once were when things were a little easier in elementary school before middle school hit and you all went your different ways. And our final shot is of Corey looking out a window as his reflection shifts into an anthropomorphic wolf, as he was the one that rolled the unlucky number 3 and took the curse of the Rougarou. And that's where we'll end our stream.
Amazing.
Sad.
So
Sorry we had to like wrap it up like that. I would have loved to have y'all role play that.
I did
just
have my
think
lucky
we're already-
charm, so maybe that.
Your lucky
No,
charm. You still have it. Hey, we could play this again sometime. You have the lucky charm already banked. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for playing. The curse of the thingy dingy continues. Thank you to everybody that's donated to Trans Lifeline. We have done way better than I even imagined we could already, and this is just day 1. Feel free to come back for our other streams. We have some amazing stuff coming down the line. Our dear Smoggles is running a really cute game that's like a definite palate cleanser from this one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to talk about what's coming down the docket?
Oh, so first thing I want to do is also congratulate RevStomp, who I believe is the creator of Rememorex. So thank you for joining us for this stream. Rememorex is an amazing system, an amazing game, and as you can see here, and makes for some very fun, spooky 80s times. So highly recommend you go look it up and pick up a copy if you haven't already. Tomorrow is the complete opposite of this. Tomorrow is called Tea Time Adventures, and it is going to be
funnily enough, it is anthropomorphic animals, but it's anthropomorphic animals a la Redwall. All of them are dealing with issues that are mostly about who is going to bake the best pie, and that is going to be. So I highly recommend coming by tomorrow night to with a nice cup of tea, because it's going to be a very chill and cozy evening. That is going to be tomorrow. Tuesday will be City of Gods, which is our running halfway through the first arc, actually. Pathfinder game, Pathfinder 2nd edition game that Molly, Helena, and Dex are all in. And that is a demigod adventure. And then Wednesday is Kindred, run by Ben from Clickety Clackety. Thursday will be Thirsty Thursday with Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which is going to be run by Dreamy, and Helena will also be in that one.
And guess what kind of monster I'm playing, Sam?
What kind of monster are you playing?
A werewolf, of course.
Oh!
Hey.
A gay werewolf, a queer wolf.
And then on Friday, we will be doing Eberron Dark Lanterns, continuing that series, run by James. And then on Saturday will be an Avatar Legends RPG game. So that's really exciting as well. So we have a lot of stuff coming up on the docket. Please join in. We appreciate anyone who's also just watching, even if you don't have the funds to donate. It's just amazing for you to be able to be here. But also thank you to everyone who has donated so far. We will be continuing this charity week all through Saturday. So appreciate you showing up and supporting Trans Lifeline. So thank you all for coming. Helena, any last words before we depart?
Thanks for being here. I appreciate all y'all. That's it.
And
Happy Pride.
also, it was mentioned in chat, but you can get Rememorex at drive-through-rpg.com, drive-through, THRU, RPG.com.
Yes, Drive Through RPG to
a
pick
great
up
system.
Rememorex. Really
Awesome.
highly recommend.
Yay. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining. And clickety clackety, please come backety. Goodbye.